Tell Reagan to wake up. She got practice.
Hey, Jamie and Tim.
Hello, Dr. Boyce.
How you guys doing? I didn't know if James shared it with you guys. So we're doing a big citywide cleanup today in the mayor's office. We have several locations. So I will have to log off by 9.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in today. We're super excited to have you in the room for our 2025 Business Policy and Culture Conference. We'll get started shortly.
Progress. Welcome back to the exciting plate of conversation. Just briefly, we'll go over quickly our house rules. If you could turn off your camera, microphones, can hear everyone. Feel free to type in your questions in the chat box, and questions will be answered after the presentation. Now, tonight's topic is character. It's really talk on leadership, integrity. We have some excellent panelists with a variety of expertise that we can draw from, talents, see who we are going to be talking to today. So I am your moderator for today, but we'll get directly into who we are as a group and institute. For our panelists, we have Dr. Reginald Boyce. He is a city administrator and clergyman, I understand, and he will be discussing perspectives, lessons, and some philosophies to give us a sense of how leadership and integrity can walk hand in hand. So, Dr. Boyce,
Yes.
thank you for joining us. And I guess we want to kick this off by talking about the challenges and opportunities that can come as a leader when it comes to character, specifically times where those two conflict. So, if you can, just take us, first of all, introduce us, tell us a little bit. So, and then we get right into the topic. What are some times where your leadership and the integrity of the character decisions conflict? What do I mean by that? Was there a moment where you had to make a tough decision that people didn't necessarily agree with? It was tough to make, but it was the right thing to do and worked out in the end. So please tell us a little bit more about yourself, and then let's jump right into today's topic.
All right. So I'm having a hard time hearing just a tad bit. There's a major echo, but I think I kind of made out a little bit of things. So first, let me just start out by saying my name is Dr. Reginald Boyce. I serve in two capacities. One, on the government side, I serve as the Director of Community Affairs, as well as the Special Assistant to Mayor Paul Young, uh, who is our current mayor, and we appreciate that opportunity to serve in that capacity. In fact, I will be having to log off a little earlier because today we are having Own Your Block. We're hosting our Own Your Block around the city where we're asking faith leaders, churches, community-based organizations to just clean their area, right? And so I got on my work clothes and my cleaning clothes at the same time. So I really thank you all for this opportunity. Also, my 24-hour job, what I do every single day. I also serve as a pastor, the senior pastor of the Riverside Missionary Baptist Church, located on South 3rd Street. And I have been serving in this capacity at Riverside for 9 years. Been serving with the city of Memphis now for 19 months. But then also been serving as a pastor altogether for 20 years and been preaching for 23 years. And so get ready to celebrate my birthday on Monday, turn 38 on this upcoming Monday. So if you do all of that math and all that adding up and subtracting, you'll see that majority of my life, much of my life has been spent in the public eye, has been spent in the public space. And got called to preach at an early age. And so when it comes to character, when it comes to integrity, and operating with a moral compass, and we'll say more about that in a minute, I had to learn that very early as a kid, right? And so one of the things I share, James, all of my mistakes, I want y'all to hear me this, majority, 90% of my mistakes I've made happen as a preacher. Even I started pastoring at 19, even as a pastor. So I had to learn in public spaces, uh, serving as a pastor, uh, what integrity is, how am I ensuring that I am protecting my character, that my witness and my walk actually match with what I say. And so that's been a beautiful challenge my entire life. And uh, so yeah, so that's that idea of integrity. Now, have I ever been, in a space where where who I am is maybe conflicting with what I do, or is in a space where things are maybe questionable. And I'll say absolutely. I mean, I'm if I can be honest, I'm serving in that capacity now. It's been an interesting dynamic serving as a pastor and also serving in the government space where my church is. And I want you all to kind of imagine this now. I'm on Third Street. Uh, Third Street is 3109 South Third Street. I'm surrounded by a pawn shop, uh, checking cash place. We are in the midst of a food desert. Um, our church is on a bus line. Prostitution is heavy on our street. Uh, our Third Street is a racetrack. And then, literally right around the corner, what is being built in Boxtown is XAI. And so much of our congregation, uh, even this past year, had several questions. Pastor, where do you stand in all of this? You work in the mayor's office. The mayor is pushing and saying that, hey, we want to do this, we want to do this. But then also community leaders or just resident stakeholders are saying, is XAI healthy for us? Is this going to protect our community or is this harming our community? We've had several town halls, and so there are people that's trying to get perspectives, right? So you got my members who's saying, Pastor Boyce, what's your thoughts on this? But then you got others that are saying, but we know you work in the space with the mayor. Do you stand with what he's doing? What's your role in all of this? And there are people that's angry with the mayor. And I'll tell you what has really helped us and what has helped me. Number one, I haven't picked a side. What I've done is I made the space open for everyone to have honest dialogue. Honest dialogue. For example, perfect example. There's a group here in the community. They fight for quality air, and so they wanted to talk to the mayor. They had some questions for the mayor. So what I did was I opened up our church. I opened our church for that group and the mayor to have honest dialogue and whatever questions the community has, had about this space. I made sure that our space became the safe space to really dialogue if what XAI is creating in this community is healthy for our community. Uh, I pick no sides because I believe my job as a faith leader and as a community leader is to be the liaison, to be the connector, to bring voices to the table, to bring ideas and the ears to the table. I always say this, and I want y'all to catch it, that if you are not at the table, you're on the menu. And so I think my job is to always make sure the table is available, and to bring those who consider themselves the least of these not at the table, to bring them to the table. So I'm always in this unique space of, do you support your mayor? Do you support your community? Are you really riding with your leaders? I had another incident recently, and we're in a healing space now, but one of my members was in a unique position, and something transpired with them, and they needed my voice in a certain space, but because of the dual role that I serve, that member told me to the side that there was a time that I didn't need government Reginald Boyce. I need Pastor Reginald Boyce, right? And so I have to even ask myself from time to time, what is that healthy medium to be Dr. Reginald Boyce, the pastor, and Dr. Reginald Boyce, the community leader. And so what I do is I really go to the Word of God, and I notice that Jesus, and this is not me trying to preach to you all, but this is just my moral compass, is he never took a side when he operated. He was consistent. He was consistent with who he was as in his character, how he operated. And I think that's the way we should flow and we should operate. That if we're just consistent, that people can say, hey, you don't change when the CEO is in town. You don't change when an unhappy customer or client is involved. That you are the same regardless of of the background. You're the same regardless of a person's economic class or whatever it is that they thank you, Janelle, that you're the same all the time. So for me, how I typically kind of operate and make sure that my character and my leadership is world class or is pleasing in all spaces. That is at home, that is at church, that is in the community. Is I try to make sure that I lead on core, that I'm leading moral compass. Back in the day, James, you may remember this, and Tim, uh, we used to wear these bracelets. What would Jesus do? Y'all remember those bracelets? WWJD. What would Jesus do? I try to kind of think through that when I'm making decisions, especially those that are not popular right now. As you all know, the biggest conversation outside of XAI is the National Guard, right? And so, what would Jesus do? How would Jesus operate in this decision, where you have again a divided community, where you have divided thoughts, and in a real sense, as I lead my church, how do I keep my church being divided with what they're feeling and what's going on? And so, I try to make sure I'm lining myself up with what I believe are the core values of the world of the Word of God, and that is love yourself, love your neighbor, and love God, right? And so I think if we operate in those lanes, make sure that we're consistent. But then also for me, when it comes to integrity, it's non-negotiable. Uh, my friends laugh at me anytime I go out. Jamie, anytime I go out, and Abraham, I always operate as if there are cameras around me. Sometimes they say I'm paranoid, right? But if you operate knowing that eyes are always on you, because there's always people that know you that you don't know them. There's more people that know you than you know. And so I just kind of always watch where I am and making sure I'm operating in a way that if even if I'm speaking to someone, that if my wife was standing right here, how would she approve of this interaction with this individual? If the police were standing right here, would they question the optics of this conversation? And so I try to make sure that I'm operating in a way that my integrity is non-negotiable. And then for me, integrity is about servant leadership. I never say anything that I myself I'm not willing to do. Again, as I mentioned, we're having a city cleanup today, and so while it was easy for my team and I to galvanize this event, to plan this event, I'm not going to sit in this beautiful church and while everybody's out there cleaning and make sure the city's clean, I'm just sitting here saying, all right, the event will be over at 12. Nah, literally, once I get done with this, I'm going to be boots on the ground with them and I'm going to clean because I never expect anyone to do something that I myself will not do.
But Dr. Boyce, I just had a quick question before you go. You've talked a lot about public leadership and being in public spaces, and I'm wondering, my understanding of integrity is it's what you do when nobody's watching. So I'm wondering what the conversations, or if you've had experiences in the private spaces where you've had to speak up that people may not know that you did, and you don't have to brag, but we're curious on how leadership and integrity works in public, but also in private spaces.
Absolutely. There's been several times where, and more so in private, where there are hard conversations that are taking place, help that has been offered, and even redirection of a person, even if it's again, like I told you, uh, the individual that said, "Hey, I needed my pastor and not the government Reginald Boys." I never made sure that this outside of me talking to you guys, no one else knows this conversation. No one knows about this, but we had to redirect. There were some apologies that were made, some accountability that I had to have, and even some accountability that I asked for in return. But integrity in private for sure is just as important because for me, I think when you're doing it in public, that's for show. But when you do it in private and a person knows that you were able to redirect them in private and you never brought their name up again, so you got to remember, I'm in a unique space. I have the microphone at least twice a week. And so when my members know that when I'm in the pulpit and they never hear their stories in the sermon, they never hear me, bring an incident that's similar to theirs. Like they never hear it again. That lets them know that they can trust me. I want to tell you that people buy in to leaders they can trust. And they think about it, can I trust this person with my child? Can I trust this person with my pet? if I left my purse around this person or a wallet around this person, will this person bring it back to me? Like I kind of checklist that in my mind that if I can say yes to all of this, then I'll go all out for that type of leader. But if I can't trust you with the smallest thing, then I'm always going to question every word and action that you do. And so I think we have to always make sure, especially in private, that we are just as consistent, just as intentional in ensuring that the people that have interactions with us in private know that, okay, this is this person's character for real. And they're not just putting on a show because the lights are on and the cameras are watching. And so that is very important for me.
Well, we appreciate that. We want to be respectful of your time. You know, we have to go. How can people get in touch with you, and any closing remarks before you head out?
No, listen, guys, stay focused, stay faithful to the work, to the assignment. Here's a scripture. The Bible teaches us to work unto God, not for man, not for people. And so just know that as you do this work that you're called to do, that you've been created to do, that again, you're not going to always get the patch on the back. You're not going to always, be recognized. In fact, I mean, I want to really show you. Like, I got on sweats and tennis shoes and a jacket, and not everybody will know that, right? Not everybody. I'm not expecting a kudos at the end, but I do know that this work is for a larger cause. And so, if you keep doing the work out of faithfulness, with focus, knowing that there's a real reward that will come to you. I really appreciate you, Abraham, James, Tim, Jamie, and all of those who are listening today. To James Stokes, I really appreciate you guys for letting me be a part of this panel, and I really pray for the success of all the work that your hands and feet are committed to.
Well, it says a lot about your integrity and leadership to join us with such a packed schedule. So thank you very much, and we look forward to keeping this conversation going. Best of luck to you.
Thank you. Y'all be blessed.
Super. So now let's continue this discussion. We also have Tom Mayer on the line as well to keep this conversation going. Again, today we're talking about leadership and integrity. If you could come off of mute, Tim, and tell us a little bit more about yourself, and then we can keep this conversation going and jump right back into the dialogue.
I believe Tim might be having some technical difficulties, so I would love to join in and keep talking with you if you would like, Abraham. I was just reflecting here about around the idea of resiliency and adversity, right? And so if we think of character like a muscle, like any other muscle in the body that needs to be strengthened, conditioned, or built, um, in your opinion, would you think that character is built more through success or struggle? And feel free to chime in, anybody in the chat box as well.
Sure. So character, in my opinion, is forged through the tougher times. I'm glad we had Dr. Wilson who was talking about his walk in faith because uh, early on when I started learning how to pray, they told me that if you pray for wisdom, you're not just going to become more intelligent, you're going to have obstacles and challenges that will come into your life that allow you to grow in your wisdom. And I think what's slightly different about character is that that's something that we can pass on to each other. And there are people in Dr. Boyce's congregation, for example, they're watching how people are moving before they ever get in a situation to see how your character is shown. So I do think it comes from struggle. I also think people are always watching. Who knows how many young people are in his congregation or in the administration who are struggling themselves with whether or not it's worth it to be a person of character because the benefits are way, way in the future. So I think it's a great question about are you going to get character from wins or struggles? Because I kind of think it's a combination of both. And I'm curious about you as well, Jamie, when you're in a situation where your character is being tested, in that moment, are you thinking about prior times where you decided to do the right thing and it worked out?
Absolutely. Well, first and foremost, I'll definitely agree with you. For me, it's struggle, no question, right? Success can always flatter our ego and make us feel great, but the adversity always introduces us to who we actually are, to that core. It's a way of humbling us quickly, right? It sharpens our values and definitely builds that resilience. And so I think that when we're challenged, we have to think about what are we willing to risk? Are we willing to attain a certain level of character that might come at a personal cost? We've definitely been in situations where we've had those crossroads where something big might be at risk, right? But I think for me, I'm all in. I'll take that risk. I'll risk that promotion. I will risk being isolated by others. I think the integrity and keeping character intact and being intentional about that, for me is always a priority.
You mentioned isolation, and I think that kind of gets to the crux of why it is so difficult. Because when I think of growing up, there's the lunch table, right? And all this anxiety, I sit by myself in the lunch table. And when I saw somebody doing that, to me, because I had experienced that myself, I wanted to walk over there. And it can be isolating and it takes courage to do things that other people aren't willing to do. And I wonder, Jamie or anyone else who wants to jump in on this, how do you have a conversation with somebody who asks the question, is it worth it? Or know you're going to be in the trenches and struggle and you can get better and feel better about yourself or establishing your character. But what are the benefits of character? How can you convince a young person that it's worth it to go the extra mile instead of taking the shortcut?
Yes, that's a great comment to make. It kind of makes me think about our culture and our society. What are we promoting as a collective? What are we exemplifying? Is our culture promoting or undermining the development of good character? So I think that it's important for us to continue to be aware of our environments, be aware of the examples that we are putting forth. I know for sure, spending a lot of years in the classroom, having the honor and opportunity to inform, empower, and just be an example, a presence with our youth. And it's something that can be very daunting. That they're very impressionable, they're malleable in their thoughts and their patterning and some of those phases. And so I always entered those spaces bringing my best, like what is the best version of myself that I can show up in these spaces with. So I think it's important for us to definitely just do what we can to show good character everywhere we go.
Jamie, I'd like to take a step back to think about what is character because I was actually watching something today and posted it on my Instagram that I think is so relevant for today. To be a part of character is forgiveness, which is a very difficult thing to do at times when people have wronged you. Because I feel like we have this bucket of people that we're willing to forgive because we love them. We have a bucket where we're willing to forgive them if they forgive us. And then there's this other bucket where we don't want to forgive them because of how egregious that act was in the moment. And so character on the one hand is about, standing up for other people, being consistent with who you are. But to me, your character is really tested when you don't have any reason to be nice or good or generous to somebody and you still find time to forgive them. But I'm wondering if you would agree and if that's something that you can speak to in your own life.
Absolutely. Yes, I definitely agree. And then I also would kind of echo some of Dr. Boyce's comments as well. I think that character is it's who you are when no one is watching, right? It's not performative. It's those moments of when the camera is away, um, when no one is around. It's your internal compass. It's a way for your values and principles to shine, and the way that they guide your actions, especially those moments when it's not so convenient, right? When that you have that person or that situation that's really, 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 making you consider which way you'll go. But it's not always about being perfect. But it's always about just really being in pursuit of your best self and striving to do the right thing, especially when it's hard.
I make it work. I'm honored to be here also. And I'd love to just plus one some of the things that you just said to me about, but I'm sharing my own experience when it comes to fitness. You know, I grew up as a young man in South Midwest, single mom, raising two boys. But my father was there, and I had a lot of years right into my early adulthood where I was just very angry about my father not being there. Said when I met him, I would punch him in the face. But when I did finally meet him, I didn't punch him in the face. I learned the word forgiveness, and my life has been so much better forward. That one of the great things about having foundation rooted in character is that I get benefits from bringing first class character. I certainly got benefits from understanding and respecting forgiveness because one, my stress went down a lot. Two, I learned I had five sisters, and I have a great relationship with those sisters. Imagine what kind of relationship I would have with them if I punched their father in the face. I learned about inherited diseases that run in my family. So I got a lot from me putting that anger aside and recognizing that forgiveness is taught to forgive not just for the other person but for yourself. And that's what's great about character in general. Character is not just for you, how you engage with other people, but it's for yourself too. That integrity makes for a healthier person mentally and physically. So I wanted to share that perspective as well.
Let's keep going with this because that's first of all, thank you for sharing that. That's something I think is very relatable from being in a very tough forgiveness situation. But could you talk about the impact of that decision on the other people? Like how was it taken and received? Like talk about the impact of you having character on somebody else who sees you exercise that driver.
Sure. It's really about being an example of this, right? That one of the big challenges in our community is that we carry undue stresses, inherited stresses, generational stresses. And so when we model for each other forgiveness, it reduces our stress, stress in relationships. Young people especially learn how to manage relationships and just engage with others. And our community especially have more than our fair share of tragic stories of where we didn't learn forgiveness, and that's had tragic consequences. And it's all too often those consequences are used to exploit. In moments like now, when national guard is being brought in, that's news here in Memphis. And the modeling, the setting an example for others. People see, like whether you admit it or not, people are watching you and learning from you, older and young. And so we have a career to uh, bring our A game when it comes to setting an example in our community. If more of us were focused on that, especially our younger people, have more models and examples to follow, we'd have fewer of those tragic outcomes and more of the benefits that come with positive relationships, positive, things we mentioned.
So Nicholas, let's stay on this as well, because we can tie this back to our topic of leadership. And I don't mean to make it all about your family, but if you could just speak in general about, have you seen evidence that saw you differently or more as a leader because of that decision were made, or a situation where you maybe lost your character, you lost credibility as a leader?
Well, I might be guilty from time to time of not being perfect, not being my character, right? But you know, with my family, we do have a respect for each other. At least, well, you know, families are complicated. So I want to, I don't want to paint a picture that our family is perfect. But I will say, I have a great relationship with my five sisters as well as the younger brother I grew up with. You know, I'm proud of, for example, those of us who have children, 5 and 7 of us do. Our children have stepped into their relationships with each other, being inspired by the context perspective of us being, you know, connected and respectful of each other as siblings. It's not to say we don't have the same systems, and it's not to say we don't have a lot to learn too. But we also agree as siblings that we will raise our children from that perspective, that they are great cousins, that they know the story about let's raise them as if they were us like that. And uh, you know, my daughter and cousins are gathering this weekend in Charleston, South Carolina, to enjoy each other's company. Now they're all young adults. In fact, 3 of my nieces and nephews from my sisters are joining a college tour.
Okay.
And, my wife and I meet every year. So the relationships have been enriched, and it's encouraged to the next generation. Again, we learn more forgiveness when we respect and value character and integrity. That's not to say we're perfect, but we're a better family, a better, stronger family.
I wonder if ability to forgive and your commitment to character comes from worldview that developed around seeing people from a love, or like you're all connected versus putting people in different groups. Did you talk about how you, the reason I ask Meg is because when you're put in a situation where your character is tested, everything that's happened before that comes to bear in that one moment you make a snap decision. So wondering if you were thinking leading up to that, regardless how you feel it in your blood, you couldn't resist worldview that you had to know everything comes better a little bit. Just talk about like how you were able to get to that point.
Sure. So it helped that I was exposed to the gospel, like Dr. Griffin was speaking of earlier. I think I learned in Sunday school that love God with all our heart, soul, and mind, and by name is thyself. And so that foundation of love and God itself is an important part of learning. You know, so I just think about um, you know, just the um, just the impact the world having a perspective, having some character roots and foundations like church was for me and my family. That certainly helps. And so again, not that I'm a person or deeply religious or anything like that, but those messages came. It came time to the moment of meeting my father at the airport in Chicago for the first time. Um, yeah, I didn't follow those earlier instincts that I was to look for something great. I was moved to recognize the significance of the moment and not by letting, you know, was arguably hate, certainly anger and disdain. Not let those things lead by the lessons of life that I've heard so many times throughout my life. And again, I am the better for it. My family's better for it. I think we're collectively in a better place.
It sounds like, interestingly, we're talking about leadership and your personal character. Sounds like what makes you excellent in both It's actually getting outside of yourself and connected to a broader online world and a mission better than yourself.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'll just echo again what Dr. Boyce was saying. There's a servant leadership ability that we all should be stepping into as the Lord for the great steps of carry. So yeah, I mean, I'll credit that aspect of giving me the insight when I was 23 and I met my father the first time. But that to make better smaller choices.
Could you tell us a little bit more about yourself before we wrap up? Because we need to give you a proper intro, so I'm going to need time. We need to let people know who you are, what you do, what you're about, and how you're in touch with them.
Sure. So my name is Mika McQuair. I grew up in South Memphis, but what I was just speaking of is from Nigeria. And I spent 19 years as a software engineer in Nigeria. Being blessed with great education, to wait for house and so on. But for the past 10 years, my co-founder has been leading a nonprofit called Code that teaches AI and science to kids like us. So that's my full-time gig now. What I jokingly say is spreading the gospel of science education far and wide. We train kids and adults to become AI and software engineers. We train them to pursue college career and entrepreneurship and tech. And we just encourage them to use computational thinking and modern problem solving to advance themselves and their communities, and empower themselves and their communities, whether they go into tech or not, especially in the 21st century.
Well, we hope that character and integrity is a part of that with all that's happening with the speed of development and the power of these systems. So, thank you for.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I'll be speaking about AI later on. And in particular, I'll be speaking about the importance of responsible AI. But as we think about AI today, AI in the near and long-term future. So absolutely, your point about character is foundational to us. That's the role, the outsized role and opportunity we have to play in our communities.
Well, thank you for jumping on and adding to what you're going to say a little bit later today. So thank you for coming on and speaking about your personal experience and the vulnerability as well. That shows your own character. So thank you, Mecca.
Thank you.
So with that, we will conclude our discussion on leadership, integrity, and character, and get ready for our next program, which is a fireside chat with Sophia Lopez. So we will be back in a moment.
Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in today. We'll get started with our BRGI fireside chat with Sophia Lopez. Shortly, we are having some technical difficulties getting Miss Lopez into the room. We appreciate your patience and look forward to connecting with you soon.
Hello.
Hi, Sophia, welcome.
Hi.
And
Hi, everyone.
Abraham, if you're speaking to us, Abraham, you are muted. But Sophia, we're so happy to have you in the room and so glad that you were able to join us today. How are you doing today? Let's just start there.
Very well, thank you. And you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Even better now that you're here. We're really excited about this conversation today. And I'll go ahead and pause here and introduce you to our moderator. He'll take over and take it from here, but we're super excited to have you in the room. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me. I can't hear anyone.
Yes, it looks like they are unaware that they are muted on that side. So let's just go ahead and get started. Here he is, right here. Thank you. Okay, still having a little bit of trouble on that side. All right, well, let's get rolling. Let's start by just having you introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about yourself, how you got started, and we'll start from there with some good questions about 3D construction printing.
Of course. So hello, everyone. My name is Sofia Lopez. I'm the regional head of projects and implementation for the Americas at Cobot. And we essentially sell 3D printer equipment, 3D printing equipment that pours concrete for builders to build or to print new buildings. And we are located, our headquarters are located in Denmark, in Copenhagen. And one of our satellite offices is here in Miami, in Florida. Happy to be here.
Awesome, great. Well, let's just go ahead and start with our audience, maybe starting off with the question, and then I'll let you go through your talking points that are here on the screen, giving us some insights around building for resilience, how construction is local, and innovations that are currently happening on the ground in Memphis. But let's start by framing the conversation by just asking you simply, what exactly is 3D construction printing and how does it work?
Yeah, that's a great question. So 3D printing it's something that is also referred as additive manufacturing. And it's when a machine is depositing exactly the material that it needs versus other construction or methods like milling, where you are subtracting material from a main block, or from sculpture, for example, where you're removing material in order to get a final shape, which usually produces a lot of waste. Mm-hmm. So additive is only depositing exactly what you need. And 3D printing, like, 3D printing plastic machines that you find in universities, in tech hubs, in maker labs, those 3D printers have been around for a while. And the process is relatively simple. You have a filament that in our case is a hose, and the filament is made out of plastic. It gets melted and then it's deposited. And every 2D layer is building on top of the next one until you build a 3D object. That's essentially what 3D printing is the deposition of consecutive layers to create a physical object. Now, in Cobot, we took this step further and we started doing this with concrete. So essentially you're building, but instead of putting block by block each unit, you're putting layer by layer. And because this is happening relatively fast, we are seeing people finishing the civil works of a home, of a concrete home, in 2 weeks on the ground, and in some cases up to 1 week on the ground, which is pretty fascinating, because if you compare it with precast works, or the elements where a piece is casted at a factory and then it gets transported and then it gets mounted on site, usually you don't take into account all the time that it's taking to produce that piece in the factory. While in this case, you basically bring the factory to your location. And that's basically construction 3D printing. And it's built for resilience because concrete is a long-term use material. there's a lot of controversy around concrete because of the sustainability aspect. But I've had the opportunity, I would say, to speak with a lot of people in the Caribbean, to speak with a lot of people in Latin America, where CMU blocks or concrete blocks are their primary method of construction generationally. And in Latin America, I always like to give this example because it's very, very fun. We had the pyramids. So in Mexico, for example, I'm Mexican. In Mexico, we have the pyramids as our construction heritage, we could say. And then it evolved into being CMU blocks. Same concept of the rocks of the pyramids, but modernized. And now we have 3D printed layers, which is still concrete, but now even more modern. No, so it's like a very organic evolution of the method. And it's built mostly in concrete because buildings are multi-generational. That means that a person, let's say a grandfather that is going to build his hacienda or his villa, it's intended to pass this building to his son or his daughter. And then the son and the daughter is expected to pass this to their children as well. So the building needs to be very resilient so it withstands the test of time. And that's where concrete becomes very, let's say, a long-term use, which if you really think about it, is in some way sustainable because you're not starting from scratch every time. And a very good example is just castles. Castles are made out of rock, and castles have withstand hundreds of years, giving and continue to give shelter and multiple use for the population. So that's one of the aspects, resiliency. And the other one is, of course, termite proof, waterproof, like flood proof, we could say. If you get a flood and your house is made out of concrete, you can dry everything, you can have certain procedures, and you can still use the structure. While if you have a flood in a wooden home, the water will actually have some implications long term with that wood in some cases, right? There's mold for wood, and there's a fire aspect. So concrete is fire retardant, right? So it gives you all of these very famous tests that you would need to withstand 2 hours before it collapses, and that allows people to leave the perimeter in case of an event, which is not sometimes the case with wood. So basically, these are the type of things that we see as a benefit and that we like people to understand, especially because different countries, different regions around the world have a philosophy of construction. And because it's your largest investment sometimes in people's lives, it's very hard sometimes to understand new methods of construction. But we are very excited that a lot of people is adopting it. They're seeing the benefits. And Memphis is one of the markets that is seeing the benefits right now.
No, great. These are excellent points. Thank you so much for sharing that and breaking that down. And I love how you made that beautiful cultural connection. I think you said a phrase that we should coin about construction heritage or something like that. But that was really great. Thank you so much for sharing. Let's see, we do have a question in the chat here. And let's go ahead and see what the people are talking about. Janelle has asked, with 3D construction printing or adopting new technologies in this industry, how have you helped people overcome the newness or the change curve? Specifically, how do you get them to see new tech or these new innovations as a complement and enabler of their work and skills? We're always afraid
Absolutely.
of the computers coming and, eliminating our human work and jobs. So if you can speak to that, we'd
Absolutely.
appreciate it.
Absolutely. I think it's a very fair question, and I think it's a very trendy question with AI, right? With AI in all different fields, this is becoming a thing. In our case, how we introduce this technology is that it's just another tool. For us, it's just another tool in your toolkit. Like you have a telehandler, like you have a crane, you have a 3D printer, basically. Now, the 3D printer is still operated by humans. So there is the need, absolute need for operators, which we call specialists, to operate both the printer and the material delivery system. And we provide training and guidance for that. That's the first thing to understand, that this is just another tool to make housing or construction more reachable. So in the past years, very much like university cost, and there's a lot of things that have become to a certain extent sometimes unobtainable. Like it's just it used to be very easy to think, okay, I'm just going to get my home and so on. And now with prices in certain parts of the country, it just becomes almost like unreachable. And our mission is to bring that reachability back, because when you finalize a building so fast, then you don't have all of these extra costs of dragging a construction project many months. So that's one of the highlights that we tried to say. I mean, use this tool to your benefit, right? That's number one, that it's a tool. Number two is there is a concept in construction which has to do a lot with the architectural heritage of a community. To give you an example, Germany was building this 3D printed three-story building with one of our machines. And the city council was like, yes, it's going to be in this neighborhood, but we want the 3D printed building to look like the other buildings. We don't care it's 3D printed, but we want to respect that architecture. And the building was done that way. It was done that way, which is a principle that is called new, but not so new. And the new, but not so new is like a wonderful example that I just heard the other day was do you remember Google glasses? That everyone was like, Google glasses, they're going to be the next frontier. But it looked way too new. And then people was like, I don't know, am I going to see? And I'm going to be like, and then there's the Meta glasses with the Ray-Ban approach. So immediately people is like, I don't know about the Google glasses, but the Ray-Bans, I know. My grandpa uses them, my father uses them, I will use them, and now it's super cool that my portion of it has AI, right? So new, but not so new is a big adopter of this technology. If you design a 3D printed building to look like a spaceship, I don't know if that's going to be very well accepted in that neighborhood. But if you make it as beautiful and as respectful with the environment, I think it has historically proven in our customers' use cases that it's well adopted. Mm-hmm. I think that would answer to a certain extent.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's a great segue into another question that I'm kind of framing around this section around innovation and technology, right? So you spoke to design and having this printing coexist with existing neighborhoods and flows of aesthetic, right? So how flexible really is the design process with 3D printing? Are we limited to boxy shapes, or how much room do we have to explore when it comes with our creativity around the actual design of a structure?
Absolutely. So there's two main drivers that are basically traditional that would be the foundation stone, we could say, for the concept adoption. The first one is that this is real concrete. It's not like some experimental thing. This is real concrete that has been created by Cemex, which is well known worldwide. We also have the concrete made by, or mortar made by Holcim, which is also very well known worldwide. So this is not some material that does not have the backup of a big company. we could say. That's the first thing, to understand the level of normality that the material has. Then the second concept is the structural design. So most 3D printed buildings or most 3D printed walls are not load bearing, okay? So the load bearing aspect for code approval is managed through column beam concepts, which transfers the load of the roof through the columns and into the soil, which is something that we have been doing for hundreds of years with other methods. So in that way, the structural design concept is the same that civil engineers and code approvers around the world already know. This is the fastest rate to adoption. Of course, we do have customers that have achieved load-bearing walls and passed full code in some countries, but not all countries are there yet. Usually, for example, Ireland is one of those countries that have approved many different types of wall systems. But in the US and in other countries as well, the easiest way and entryway is just column beam concept as a design. And then when it comes to the other aspects of the flexibility that the technology offers, there are a lot of options that come from topology optimization. So notably the data center made in Heidelberg, that's one. Number two is what we see is that when a first project is starting in a community, it tends to replicate the homes in the community. That's a design approach, and that's what we actually recommend. So most people will come into a new market and they would mimic something that is already there. So everybody feels comfortable, is respectful. The people locally that like code approvals and so on understand the concept and so on. And little by little, when the quantity of buildings starts to increase and everybody feels comfortable and now they understand everything and so on, the design starts to take off. So that's how we have seen this evolution of adoption rates in certain countries. Also, I would like to note that, let's say we have a customer in Memphis, Tennessee, right? When a customer is at a specific location, it starts to create a hub in that location. So very fast, that location starts to become a reference for 3D printing because it starts to have a lot of buildings in the same place. So people start traveling from other places to see these different buildings in one location versus in the past when it was like one building in this country and one other building in this other country. Now we have places within the US where you have, for example, in Texas, you have 100 homes in the same location. In other places of California, you have 10 buildings in the same town. So this is what we're seeing. People is traveling to these locations to see this at a larger scale. Mm-hmm.
Well, great. Thanks. That's so great. A segue to highlighting our program sponsor, and I believe Abraham is almost connected with his sound. He'll unmute himself to jump in the conversation, but this is a great segue into our program sponsor program, Precise Contracting, excuse me, that's here on the ground in South Memphis as well. So Abraham, would you like to give us some perspective around our local connections with Sophia's visits to Memphis? All right, looks like he's still having a little bit of trouble there, but yeah, so tell us about, I know that you've been here to Memphis a few times. Why are you in Memphis?
So I've been traveling to Memphis a couple of times to support our customer Precise Construction. And it's been a pleasure just to meet the group, to meet the crew, to meet the company, and to understand how they've been progressing and the plans that they have for the future. So it's been a wonderful experience. I also have never been before to Memphis besides this time. So it has been quite a very nice surprise to understand that the city has a historical musical heritage. And
Yes.
that's very interesting for, obviously, for 3D printing, because the ability that 3D printing has to produce shapes that are unprecedented can impact sound performance in a space like we've never seen before. So that's also something very exciting for the future, at least.
Absolutely. I just definitely want to give a shout out to Kanisha and Martin at Precise. I've had the opportunity of stopping by the construction site, the build that they have there in South Memphis. That's also where we met. So we're really excited to see all of the wonderful work that you guys are doing there. Let's maybe talk about frame some questions around practicality and like maybe some limitations. We know that with new innovations, we start out and we start figuring out the things that are going really well, and we start figuring out where our blocks are and how we can improve. Are there any current limitations of 3D construction printing that you guys are encountering right now in that space?
Yes. So we've had several limitations throughout the years that we've overcome. One of them was at the beginning, the importance to bring partners that are very senior in the concrete industry. That's a limitation that we overpassed, and we see that it's still not necessarily developed with other solutions. So that's a big one, because having the backup of a concrete entity that is supporting, it's very important for credibility and follow-up. That's number one. The second barrier that we encountered and we have overcome over time is that there's a lot of, so people started being like, okay, but I want something bigger. Okay, but I want something bigger and bigger and bigger. So we have different models of machines that we have now created. We have the Bot 2, which is a crane system. It's 4 legs, basically, and a frame. We have a Bot 3, which is made for linear construction, so it's on rails. We have the Bot XL, which is literally the largest 3D printers ever made in the world, and those are right now in the Middle East. And those have provided different type of response to different challenges. So, for example, the Bot 2, it's our star product, we could say, because it allows you, it's very flexible with uneven ground to a certain extent. The Bot 3 is very good for linear printing, which was one of the requests that we had from customers that were starting to scale up. And the Bot XL, it's a response to people that said, yes, but I need bigger printable space. So I need a bigger printable area so I can do larger buildings. And in addition to that, I think that one of the first challenges that we had at the beginning was how to make people feel comfortable about using this method. And several years after, and with more than 200 buildings already existent in the world, we have found a lot of solutions that are new, but not so new. Same concept that we had before, that it's mimicking a solution that already exists, that people already feels comfortable with. And that has proven to be a very safe pathway and just answers to multiple questions that people has, essentially, in terms of challenges. And the other one is just having more universities on board, which we have been growing, to spread the knowledge that, for example, architectural faculties, mechanical engineering faculties, they are prototyping all the time in 3D printing because they need to do their scale models. They need to do the scale models of the buildings. They need to do the scale models of their mechanical parts that they're testing. So these people already understand 70% of the concept. And it's very interesting for us to partner with them and to show them and to invite them to be part of these new solutions. Because again, 3D printing is not going to solve everything. It's a toolbox of technologies and solutions that make construction way faster, way cheaper, way better. And we are still figuring out which other technologies can we add or which other solutions can we put in this toolbox. So in the future, you can really, really just deploy and things are just going to be way more optimized. Like we're thinking 10 years ahead. It shouldn't be unrealistic to have so many things that we want for our machine to do that it's on the making yet.
Awesome. Well, let's kind of talk about, I know we talked about some benefits earlier. You mentioned that 3D construction printing allows for a residence that can be passed on generationally, or that these structures are flame retardant. They can be dried out if it's been flooded with nature. But let's think about it as far as the differences or competition in modular homes versus 3D printing, and whether you see Memphis as a hub for 3D printing in the future, maybe in the next 10 years. What are your thoughts around that?
Yeah, so we are developing with Precise Construction some very innovative solutions to drive 3D printing in Memphis, like with some methods that have not seen yet before that are a very good solution, but I cannot disclose them yet. So what I can say is that if you had to compare it with other methods, we're trying just to think of the end user, okay? So we would like to remove all the different construction methods that exist and just focus on the user. And we usually think about ourselves as clients, right? If I was in this home, what would I like from this home? What would I need from this home? And we have been discussing so many different things. So exciting. I wish I could tell more. But essentially, for example, if you have rental properties, right? In the case of rental properties, there's a concept that is widely used in the design departments of Starbucks, which is high traffic, right? So high traffic is when you design a unit or a coffee shop or whatever, to withstand very well over time with very high occupancy rates or occupancy traffic. So this is something that we're trying to think, how do we do that for homes? So we can consider this as multi-generational uses, right? So if you had to think about a castle, how do you make a castle future-proof if things are going to change? Or certain things are going to change that we can already foresee that are going to be changing. And that's kind of the exciting thing, I would say, at least for now in Memphis, which is pretty cool so far.
Great. Well, right now our viewers are looking at a screenshot from the COBOD website press page, just showing some of the amazing things that you all are doing in this space in the world. We know that Memphis is a part of the 3D printing revolution. We know that Texas is also leading in that space. Are there any other cities that we need to be aware of that are in play when it comes to really getting 3D printing online in their cities?
Absolutely. So there is a very important revolution also happening in California and Northern California and Redding. And there's also a lot of ongoing works in Colorado. So those are two hubs that are really, really moving right now, we could say. There's other states that are starting, but I would say if it had to be a number of buildings that already exist and number of buildings that are on the way, those would be some places to pay attention. And in terms, I think there's another aspect that should be considered, that the machines right now, they're printing homes with concrete, right? Or warehouses with concrete or data centers with concrete. There's essentially three main categories. So it's residential, industrial, and commercial. And all of those are covered. Like notoriously, there was the first 3D printed Starbucks in with one of our machines in Texas. I have to highlight that because I was very excited about it, obviously. And there's also the future that we foresee. So we want to become a multi-tool machine, okay? So we're always studying what else could we improve from our machine to integrate more aspects. And there's a question in the chat that says, would the integration of AI eliminate construction jobs? Which is a consideration. When we're talking about multifunctional robots or multifunctional printers, of course, there's a concern of to say, well, who's going to do that now, right? Who's going to be the one that is going to be plastering the walls, or who's going to be? And I want to make very, very clear something that happened in Canada. This is a very, very good example. When you start 3D printing, you need partners that are in the electrician world. You need partners that are in the plumbing world. You need partners that are in the finishes aspect, like for example, interior architects. You need so much talent that already exists to jump into this and develop solutions that are specialized so we can make everything faster and better. And that's not AI. That's not AI. That's human. That's very human. Like I haven't seen my AI plumber yet, but I can tell you plumbing and electrical and finishes and some of the civil works and roofing, all of these things, they can be optimized. And there's a lot of job opportunities for people that jump in this revolution. So the case in Canada was, Sophia, we had this electrician, he came while we were printing and he got super upset because he was putting one box and the printer had already come around and he said, I'm not used to working this fast. No, this is impossible. And he left the job site without putting the electrical boxes. And he said, but then we call another electrician and he was excited beyond matters to be part of this and to understand. So he actually created a complete plan on how to integrate electrical with even faster, better solutions that would look neater and the finishing touches. And he said, we have been working with the second electrician for years now. And that's the difference, right? The difference is who is willing to adapt and say, okay, if this is the future, how do I jump in the future and how do we work together? Because the goal is the same. The goal is to demystify construction as this super complicated subsystem that is super expensive that no one really gets, and making it so easy and so optimized that you can really have very high quality products at a faster rate. It doesn't have to be not high quality and super slow and super expensive, right? It needs to be like, it needs to be taken as a product. The building is a product. Show me the product. And we also have this distinction, which we are now seeing a digital building and a physical building. So you buy a house, you get your virtual house and you get your physical house. You get access to the layouts, you can understand your house. It's not a mystery. Like sometimes you're like, I don't even know where the pipes are. So it's something that we're trying to foresee or to plan for the future.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Sophia. We keep trying to get him in there. All right, let's keep moving. So I guess let's talk about some money, right? So at the end of the day, we're always wondering about our jobs, as Mr. Allen was talking about. But what's the affordability with this type of innovation? How equitable is it? How accessible is it? Does it cost an obscene amount of money to have a home built like this in your neighborhood. Can you maybe just speak to the economics of this process?
Yes, absolutely. So 2 comments. The first one is, would it be possible that Abraham joins with his phone? That's the number one comment. Is it possible?
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can work on that, Abraham. If you heard that, let's see if we can get you in the conversation as a registrant, and I can upgrade you to a panelist if you'd like to find some accessibility through your phone. Thanks so much for that suggestion, Sophia.
You're welcome. It's because I got a message through my phone and it worked. So that's why I suggested that. And then the second one about affordability. So there's different aspects to 3D printing. The first one is that the material itself is local. So that's very good. That's very, very good, because you have the opportunity to buy your sand, your gravel locally, which is what, you know, Precise already has this very good relationship with everyone in the community to source the materials and so on. So that's a big one in terms of cost reduction versus, I don't know, bringing a premix from Iceland or something. That's the number one. Number two is the affordability of the fast time rating. So time is money, right? So if it takes you 6 to 8 months to complete a unit, and now you could complete that unit in 2 months end to end, or 3 months end to end, that's a huge saving from the construction point of view. And there's also a different aspect, which is the 3D printer prints the walls, but it doesn't install you the windows, or it doesn't install you the doors. And again, that's where the major opportunity is. If you have completed the shell and you start finding these partners that are super efficient, super fast to put the windows, to put the doors, then you can really shrink that, and your end-to-end cost will be significantly lower. There are other aspects of construction that have a lot to do with, like, the location of the land itself. And there's also a different aspect, which is not the shell cost, but in luxury and construction. And we've seen this because we've had some customers that specialize in luxury buildings. Why do they specialize in luxury buildings? Well, they specialize in luxury buildings because the geometries that you can obtain with 3D printing are so new that we're getting this persona of customers that come and say, hey, I want my mansion to look like this. And that's happening. But the shell itself, it's not the driver, it's the finishes that drive the cost in luxury. So that's one. And yeah, I think those are the main benefits of cost reduction. I cannot say for Precise that would be something that they would need to disclose, but what we see around the world is that it's able to match concrete prices at some local. So it's exactly the same cost that you would have for normal concrete in your location, to say the least. And then all the other aspects that get enhanced because of the reduction of time, that's also bringing a lot of benefits to the end consumer and to the builder itself.
Great. Well, what are the major cost drivers in 3D construction? I know, are these, how hard is it to get a printer? How are we able to afford that, or do we lease them, or what does it look like to get the correct materials and sourcing those? But can you just give any framework around your primary cost drivers in these type of construction builds?
Yes, of course. So for 3D printing, it's clearly obtaining a machine, right? And I would say that we produce machines in Denmark, and then those are shipped everywhere. So that's something that can easily be, like, let's say if you're buying a printer in the US, that's one consideration. If you're buying a printer and you're in Australia, that's a different consideration. So the biggest driver would be just that initial investment, I would say. but your return of investment would be based on how many buildings you're able to print per year with that machine, right? So machines like telehandlers, like cranes, you need to have them running all the time or most of the time. And customers that are able to have that continuity of projects, those are the ones that we're seeing are more successful. They're getting a second printer, a third printer. We also have customers that have 2 different printers at 2 different locations running for 2 different projects at the same time. And then we are also starting to see customers that have printers in the same plot printing at the same time. That's something that we're seeing. There was a question that I received, which was, which are the most exciting projects? And I would really like to answer that, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Please, we'd love to hear that.
Okay, perfect. So the most exciting projects are the ones always that are ongoing, right? Because we are always challenging what has been done before in our database, we could say. So let's say that a building was 3D printed in Denmark and originally took a month to build. And a year after, we 3D printed the same building and it took a week to build. And then 2 years after, we 3D printed the same building and it took 72 hours to build. And then another year after, we 3D printed the same design and it took 24 hours to build. And we have examples like this documented because the more you optimize a design, the faster the toolpath is to follow, the better KPIs you have for that same model and material consumption. So definitely metrics is something about that excites us a lot with repeated designs. That's number one. It's actually one of the most exciting projects, the repeatability of it in terms of KPI tuning. Okay, so that's number one. Number two is, of course, the first of their kind type of building. So, for example, the first Starbucks, which is the first coffee shop, or is not the first coffee shop because the first coffee shop was 3D printed in Oman some years ago. But you know, the first 3D printed Starbucks is a milestone for the technology because it's mainstream commercial that is adopting this. Then the other milestone was the first 3D printed data center. The first 3D printed data center is, of course, a major one because there's this AI competition for data centers all over the place. And specifically with this one in Heidelberg, Germany, the architecture was so beautiful that it became a signature in the city. So essentially what happened is that there's this town that is called Heidelberg. The data center was going to be in the middle of a neighborhood. Next to that, it's a kindergarten. Next to that is a former US Air Force base. Next to that is a lot of apartments. And the community that lived in those apartments and goes to that school were a bit concerned that there was going to be a data center that looks like a box. So the architects and the builders got together to create this beautiful envelope that has topology design optimization, and it looks like waves, and it's called the Wave House. And it became so famous that now people go to Heidelberg just to see a data center, which is like going to a city to visit a warehouse, right? So it's very exciting. And on top of that, the city itself started to recognize that as a point of reference for the city. So it has also positively influenced the cultural, architectural history of that location. So that's also an exciting thing. The one that you're seeing in the screen right now, which is some coral, they're called stone reefs. You can see in Cobalt 3D printing technology helps restore marine biodiversity in several Danish harbors. That's another exciting project because it's this customer that is called 3DCP. Very great customers. They have 3D printed schools in Ukraine. They have 3D printed homes in Guatemala. And now they were developing this mix and this design, which is essentially elements that you can, with magnets, you can place under the harbor in Copenhagen. and the fishes come and build environment around this. Because what happened is that the canal had this steel plates. The steel plates are flat. They wouldn't develop biodiversity. And by implementing these elements, fishes started to return to have like their little houses. So that has been very, very exciting as well. Coral reef and let's say wave breakers, it's also another application that we have seen, and industrial applications. So infrastructure, it's becoming a big deal. It's less exciting for some people because it's different to relate, but you know, tanks, some elements that manage infrastructure for urban planning, we've seen that as well. And we're slowly but very steadily, our customers are expanding the use. So we typically see that it's first adopted in residential. That's the evolution of it. Residential, first floor, second floor, third floor, and then it kind of expands to other applications. That's how we've seen this evolution. So a lot of things to do. I would say one of the most exciting things, that's sort of because the question is exciting and I'm obviously super excited about 3D printing, but there's a very open field, a lot of opportunity for development related with performance-based design. Okay, so performance-based design is when you start bringing elements like acoustics, right? When you start bringing elements like well-being, okay? So there's several studies that show that humans prefer round shapes, more organic shapes versus squared, squared like 90-degree angle shapes, okay? And we have talked about it. There's like a lot of research on it. Particularly, I've been discussing with some PhDs about this because they wrote some very interesting articles, which Steve Jobs used for his iPhone creation and so on. But the scientific proof of printing these spaces and then testing them is very exciting. And it's a possibility because, again, you get a printer. The printer doesn't care what you print. You can experiment as much as you want with different shapes and geometries and make scientific studies about this. And that's pretty interesting for the clinic health world, rehab world, you know, just elements, curing, right? Basically curing. So people that it's at a rehab state that they are more comfortable and therefore heal faster. That's a huge, huge area of opportunity for the field as well. So there's a lot to do, and just, I mean, it's so exciting. But that's the ones that I would highlight the most.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Sophia. Those are definitely some great, exciting projects that you shared with us. I especially liked having some more perspective or understanding around this marine biodiversity that we're looking at in that left corner there. So thank you for sharing that. But yeah, there are some questions in the chat box as well. I definitely was kind of curious myself about the social impact of 3D construction printing, right? Don has asked if the robots are married to 3D printing, will that eliminate the housing shortage within the next 5 to 10 years? You know, a new innovation technology like this, is it in line to help us address or help us eradicate homelessness or access to home ownership? What are your thoughts around that?
I think it's feasible. So I think that the housing market is very interesting, and the way or the situation that does affordable housing affordable is in great part when the government provides things to lower the prices. To give you an example, if you have a house, there is the price of land. There's a price of land, there's a price of design and engineering, there's the price of construction, there is the price of insurance, there is a price of, so when there are policies that promote affordable housing, then there are programs that reduce the cost in these categories, right? So for example, you would say, this is a plot where the land is provided specifically for affordable housing. So that immediately reduces one of the buckets. So it's an analysis of each one of the buckets. It's not only construction, I would say. The housing shortage issue is not only about construction. That's a very important thing to understand, because we can see in many different cities around the world, and there's even a documentary on YouTube that is called The Rise of Luxury Apartments. Why do we have so many luxury apartments? Well, we have a lot of luxury apartments because that's driving the builder with higher cost in everything. That drives the builder to have a margin at a certain point, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have a margin for everything you're building. So by analyzing these buckets and making programs that make it more affordable in all different aspects, you will reach these affordable housing targets. But if it's not prioritized and it's prioritized for other things, then I don't believe it's only a construction answer. It's an answer of many different departments to make it possible. Mm-hmm.
Well, you're absolutely right, Sophia, and that was a beautiful way to address that. The solutions are most definitely interdependent, and it's not definitely isolated to just one entity or one layer or one solution. It's going to take a lot of multiple perspectives, a lot of multiple avenues and solutions to get where we're trying to go. So thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome. I mean, I would say just think about like water and electricity, right? Let's say that there is a plot that has been donated for affordable housing. If there's a partner that says, okay, I'm going to contribute for placing the water. And then another party is, I'm going to contribute to bringing electricity to this part. And then there's another party that says, I'm going to contribute with the land. This community effort, like all together effort, will drive those prices down. But it's definitely teamwork to make the dream work, I could say.
Always, yes, collaborative spirit for sure. Well, let's talk about COBOD for a second. How does COBOD differentiate itself in the marketplace? Do you have, what are your competitors doing? Are you alone in this work, leading the charge, if you want to speak to market placement?
Absolutely. So we are very happy that we're not alone. And the reason is because we're all working for the same goal. So COBOD is not the only 3D printing construction company. There's many out there, and they are popping out every day. Every day there's a 3D printer. Now, again, what we have, our core differentiator, we could say, is that we're not necessarily integrated. So we're not saying we're going to be the concrete experts and we're going to be the roof experts and we're going to be the finishes experts and we're going to be the plumbing experts and we're going to be the electrician experts. We say, no, we just make 3D printers and we teach you how to use them. Then you can find whomever is in your environment, in your community, to jump and optimize this from a plumbing perspective, from a roofing perspective, And then, construct in concrete, we have this partner that will help you and support you throughout the way for the mix. But of course, you also need to have your people from your community on board and so on. That would be one of the big differentiators. We partner with people that are very good in what they do. So for example, Precise Construction, right, in Memphis. They're a specialist in their location. They know their location, they know their market, they know their people, they know their community, they know everything that happens throughout construction. We are just here to help and to provide one tool for them to succeed. Basically, that's kind of the model. There are other companies that have a completely integrated model that they will say, okay, you just hire me, I will take care of design, I will take care of this, I will take care of that, and then I'll just give you a 3D printed home. In that case, for example, that would be Precise. Precise would say, you come to me for a building, I'll do everything for you. In our case, Cobot is just a machine, basically. That's the difference, we could say. The other differentiator is that there's a lot of smaller robots in the market, which are considered 6-axis robots. So these are basically robotic arms. Robotic arms usually move, or their working area is a circular perimeter. Okay, so they print in a radius area. Our gantry printer prints in the printable area, which is a square, which mimics what architects usually already do. So basically you install the printer and then there's this area in there and then you just print. Okay. If you have a robotic arm, because they are smaller, you would need to be moving the robotic arm many times to achieve the same area that you can with a gantry printer. So of course, there are cases where a 6-axis robot makes more sense. For example, some people get the robotic arms for sculptures, makes sense. Or small planters, makes sense. Ceramics, makes sense. But in our case, we have specialized throughput, meaning the quantity of concrete that you can deposit in a layer, and area, which is like this big areas, so we can print buildings instead of smaller items. You can still print smaller items, but our objective has always been buildings, bigger walls, taller walls, bigger walls. That's kind of our core.
Absolutely. Great. Well, Sophia, it's been an absolute pleasure chatting with you today. I want to go ahead and start wrapping us up and just give you an opportunity to share any closing thoughts that you might have. Also take an opportunity to, again, thank Kanisha and Martin at Precise for bringing this innovation to Memphis and for making this awesome connection with you. But I will let you be the final voice as we transition into our next panel, if you just have any last words to share with us today.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, I would just invite people to see these things, to get involved, to understand a little bit more, because there's so much potential to make Memphis like these capitals of the world and to adapt it with its heritage. Particularly, I'm super excited that it could be a groundbreaking innovation for the music aspect of it, like pavilions, like concert halls, like there's a lot of things that could be investigated there. So I would invite everyone to reach out to Precise in case they have questions or curious, because they're super open and they're very excited as well with us to drive this forward in Memphis. So I would invite everyone to reach out.
Great. Well, we definitely love our partnership and collaboration with Precise, and look forward to sharing more about the wonderful work that you all are doing here in Memphis as everything continues to unfold. But again, thank you so much, Sophia, for your time today. Thank you, everyone that's tuning in. We're going to go ahead and take a quick pause here as we get loaded for our next program. But I hope everyone's still safe and sound, staying hydrated. And Sophia, I wish you the best with everything that you're doing, and I hope that you have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you. Such a pleasure. Thank you for inviting me. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you for our next program. at 11:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. We'll be talking about the talent of tomorrow, building the workforce we need.
Yeah.
I can hear you guys now.
Say again,
Good morning, Leslie. Thank you so much for joining us today. Let's go ahead and take a moment to unmute yourself and test your audio, if you don't mind.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. How do I?
Beautiful. You're coming in loud and clear. Thank
Excellent.
you so much.
Yep.
We'll get started shortly.
Sounds great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Unresolved.
Cool.
Victoria Jensen, consultant. Kill moderator. Angela, editing office. Can you hear us, Jamie?
Yes, I hear you all.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us on an important conversation on constructing the workforce of the future. I'm Victoria Jensen, a consultant with Bass River Global Institute, a professional dancer, and a podcast host. I'm just going to touch on some brief housekeeping notes. If you're joining online, just make sure that your camera is turned on and your microphone is muted. And feel free to type any questions in the chat. We will have time for questions at the end of the panel discussion. All right, let's get started. I want to welcome our esteemed panelists here, and I will introduce Dr. Kimberly Wolf. She is president of the West Memphis Arkansas School Board of Directors and member of the West Memphis Chamber of Commerce, where she chairs both the Legislative Council and Community Outreach Committees. Wolf is founder and chief executive officer of Education and Training Solutions, LLC, where she focuses on executive board development and professional trainings for educators and administrators. She is an experienced trainer, adult educator, and administrator with a passion for coaching and developing people. Kimberly is a licensed school counselor, principal, and district level administrator, superintendent in the states of Arkansas and Tennessee. She previously served as assistant director at the Ohio State Department of Education, Office of Career Technical Education, where she provided oversight of the following career fields: business, marketing, finance, information technology, and arts and communication. She will be our guest moderator today as well, and I'll have her get started on her points for the day.
Hello, everyone. Again, I'm excited to be here amongst the other panelists. And the points that I want to highlight today as it relates to workforce development and training workforce for the future is what I consider to be my primary role in life or my ministry is how I lead my family. So in my household, alongside my husband and for my children. And when I think about training a workforce, and I relate it to my role as a professor of organizational leadership and as a Christian woman, I really think about developing people that are closest to me. And not just those people that I entrusted to supervise or that I'm sharing. So the ones that I really want to make sure that I emphasize is who we are as leaders, our leadership style. Oftentimes reflects on leadership. We're thinking about those people who are in a workspace, but I think about it in alignment with my role as a mother and how I choose to lead from that perspective. So leadership style and reflective leadership are absolutely important to me. So when I learn about who I am as a leader, and sometimes that can be a bit fluid depending on a certain circumstance or situation, and then reflecting on whether or not that is working well for those that I am closest in relationship with. And then if it works well there, the same lessons that I learned from those experiences, I can also take it to the workplace. We talk about programs for training children and adults to lead them more effective in their roles and how they want to evolve in the workplace. With regard to multi-generational workspaces, again, I reflect on my role within my household first. We are in relationship with people from various age groups, whether it's in our homes, whether it's parents or great grandparents, our children. We typically span 4 to 5 generations. So just thinking about how the group dynamics are at play, just based on when a person entered this world and what their values are, and how they kind of coincide based on who else is in that space. Again, not just in my household, but then I can move that forward into the workplace. And finally, I also focus on employee data and individualized management strategies. So just looking at qualitative and quantitative data, and it doesn't have to all show up in a formalized report or a spreadsheet, but just again, it goes back to that reflective. What is it that you see? What's working? What are your experiences? In that individualized management strategy component, every person is not to be managed the same way as victims. You have some high performers, you have people who need to be developed differently. And again, I always relate that to my role as a mother and a co-partner with my husband. And what is working well for one child might not work well for a different child. And so I move that concept forward when I'm supervising people as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rolfe. I'm going to continue introducing our panelists. Next up, I have Dr. Angela Whitelaw. She has more than 30 years of service to Memphis Shelby County Schools. Dr. Angela Whitelaw is a highly respected education leader who has helped drive sustained academic growth across the district. Dr. Whitelaw currently serves as the Chief Academic Officer for MSCF. Previously serving as Deputy Superintendent of Education Services, Dr. Whitelaw has held nearly every instructional leadership role at MSCS, including Chief of Schools, Assistant Superintendent, and Principal. Under her leadership, MSCS has achieved level 5 growth for 3 consecutive years and earned the state's advancing district designation twice in the past 3 years. Dr. Whitelaw is known for developing strong instructional leadership teams and delivering data-driven, student-focused outcomes across all. Well,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you and good morning again for having us here. Today, and thank you for having us. Meeting new children. It's always great to show up in a place and talk about the great things that we are doing, that we're seeing throughout the county, especially in our district. points probably that I think that I can pull out today, just a couple. One, we're always thinking about how to build career pathways, going through relevant hands-on education. That's our goal. Number two, we're always thinking about how do we strengthen school to career, the partnerships that we have across the county, and the reason that we need to be involved. And found we want to support those students from higher lower grades to in high school to post-secondary. Again, as a couple of bragging points, we have the largest CCT program in the state of Tennessee, and again, for the fourth year in a row, we are a district. So always let us brag about all the things that we're working and all the partners. And again, as we go on through the panel and as people ask questions, we do love to brag about post-secondary partners as well as our core in the city and in the county. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up, I will be introducing Leslie Fisher. Leslie works as a senior manager in the Renewable Engineering Department of BRgi, where she oversees the development, design, and construction of utility-scale solar projects. She has been with BRgi for 5 years, before which she served in the United States Army for 8 years. Welcome, Leslie.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here and having the opportunity to speak with you all and speak directly to young people that are interested in careers in STEM and STEAM. Like was mentioned, I'm a senior manager at BRgi, a renewable energy and thermal power plant developer based in Chicago, but with projects all over the United States. I have to say, however, that I am here today as just representing myself as an individual and not as an official representative of my company, but hoping to take this opportunity to speak with young people and really drive home a few points that I think were important to me throughout my career. And maybe I'd wish that people had given me some insight into this as I was beginning my career. And the first that is that I wasn't someone who necessarily felt a passion, a specific calling that I knew I was going to base my whole career around. Most people don't have that. Some people do, and they're very lucky. But for those of us that have to sort of find our own pathways, the best way to do that is getting an education and focusing on some of those core skills, building competencies in math and science and arts and music. And as you get into your education, pick something that sounds interesting. I picked a bachelor's degree in nuclear engineering. It sounded challenging and interesting, but maybe a little scary. But I ended up actually joining the military after I graduated college and didn't use any of my engineering degree experience for the 8 years that I served in the Army. So by the time that I got out of the Army, I'd done what I came to do, got a lot of great experience, leadership skills, and opportunities to really expand my life skills. But I realized after 8 years of not using my education, I wasn't ready to jump straight back into an engineering degree. So I had to find, or into an engineering position. So I wanted to find a way to get back into the field, and that was through additional education. So I went back and pursued a master's degree in sustainable energy engineering, and that gave me the momentum to get to sort of my dream job where I am now, designing solar power plants. And so in BRgi, I have manage a team of about 5 other engineers, and every day we work on solving challenges using those critical thinking skills, the analytical skills that you build up through an engineering or a technical degree to help solve challenges, to bring these projects from basically a farm field all the way, bring it to life into construction and to operating a solar plant that delivers clean energy to U.S. households. And so if you don't have your calling right away, I just want to make sure all the young people out there understand you'll find your path, and you'll find what drives you. And if you don't like what you're doing, find something else and use those educational and certification opportunities as a springboard to redirect your career how you want it.
Thank you, Leslie. And that's true about finding your path. And it takes some time. and experience. So I appreciate you sharing that. Meka Igwegwu is another one of our panelists. He has 19 years of experience as a software architect, crafting solutions for global governments and Fortune 500 companies. Sprouting the void in tech opportunities for Memphis's underrepresented youth, Meka co-founded Code Crew in 2015. This nationally recognized nonprofit has since mentored over 15,000 unique students in AI and computer science education, with many entering the tech world, transforming their earnings and prospects. Under Meka's leadership as Chief Executive Officer, Code Crew students have achieved notable successes from 10 education talks to winning the Tennessee Congressional Challenge to six-figure incomes and more. Additionally, Code Crew has been a major advocate for computer science education policy, state level in Tennessee and across the nation, including playing a key role in a successful push for Tennessee to make computer science a statewide high school graduation requirements. Welcome, Meka.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate the opportunity to share just some perspective from the reality of today. I'm sure all of us here in this space are all around the world, that is the impact of artificial intelligence on the talent of today and tomorrow. And so I thought I might talk a little bit about just briefly about AI today and then the future that already is everywhere, even if it's been invisible. It has already been in tools that we use all the time. It's in TikTok's algorithm, it's in Google's Gmail more complete. You've ever used Alexa, Siri, and you've been using AI for some time. It's in healthcare diagnostics, it's in fraud detection. So it's been everywhere for years, well before household names now like ChatGPT became household names. But certainly AI is being promoted as a productivity boost with tools like ChatGPT and Copilot and Claude, generative design, opportunities to write code, design, create. A lot of productivity gains are happening right now that are impacting all industries. And that's what it's been, right? Of course, what's not in common so much as the access to AI resources have been unequal. And there are certainly more fairness and digital equity concerns that are critical right now. Certainly ethical concerns as well when it comes to bias, privacy, accountability, environmental concerns. Those are still unresolved issues. But as we look towards the future of AI, you can absolutely expect it to be more than just a separate tool. It's going to be built into nearly everything. Every workplace, every career is already being impacted, such that whether you're in the environment, learning environment, in the healthcare system, these will all be significantly impacted. Everyone's going to have a highly personalized AI agent, perhaps as soon as 3 years from now, and doing more than just email scheduling, but around learning, personalized learning for children in school, be much more complex. Your financial planning, your career support. These are spaces where AI will have an impact and be much more normal, much more mainstream for all of us. Furthermore, the workforce is entry level team jobs, especially will be dramatically shifted. We're already seeing that, especially in my industry as software engineering. At the same time, we're going to see more new jobs come in the form of AI oversight, AI training, human-centered design. All these spaces will bring. And I'm optimistic that with frameworks, respect to responsibility, that means, especially when it comes to education, employment, and healthcare. Looking even further, AI in the next 5 years, you can expect AI to be as invisible as electricity or Wi-Fi. It's going to be an important, ever-present part of the infrastructure of those lives. And we're going to expect, I expect at least, just a lot more fluidity when it comes to text and voice, video, a lot of space like 3D design and just real-time collaboration. These will all be AI infused in ways that make today look like yesterday. And then when you look at reskilling, that's going to be a common thread, and I'm sure we'll talk more about that in our discussion phase around the need to constantly reskill, be it workers, be it students. Really, the number one skill be adaptability more than anything else. And so when you look at this future, and there's a lot of optimism about AI impacting in positive ways, like helping to cure diseases, helping to accelerate climate solutions, helping to expand access to education, especially making it personalized, people, students being able to learn at their own pace. Then also we have to weigh that against the potential hazards and make sure that we're addressing these as early as possible, these spaces where inequality is wide, where there's full surveillance, where there's displacement without preparation, especially in the workforce. And so we know these things now. And so that's what excites me is that the potential for AI to fulfill what it ought to fulfill when it comes to creativity, empathy, ethics, leadership, all these human qualities will be even more valuable as AI makes that migration. And the business that we're in Coco is making sure that we are happening to the AI and not letting the AI happen to us. So that's some perspective there from the slides of tech and techification. And I appreciate the opportunity to share.
Thank you, Mika. Yes. AI is not happening to us, we are happening to AI. I like that. That's a good book. All right, John Butler. Before taking over as president of AgriCenter International on July 1st, 2016, John Butler, a fifth-generation farmer, was owner and operator of Jones Creek Farms for 20 years. Jones Creek Farms is a diversified row crop and cattle operation that has grown to several thousand acres consisting of cotton, soybeans, feed grains, and a commercial cow and calf herd. He worked for Cargill Incorporated for a number of years. In his various management roles at Cargill, John had permanent assignments all over the United States dealing with grain, origination, processing, transportation, distribution, and customer service. John is passionate about the importance of U.S. agriculture and its role in providing the world with nutritious and economical products. He has spent countless hours traveling all over the U.S. and the world telling the story of American agriculture. He has served on several commodity associations and has been very active in numerous professional organizations, such as the American and Tennessee Farm Bureaus, the United Soybean Board, the Tennessee Beef Industry Council, the Tennessee Soybean Association, and the Center for Food Integrity, to name a few. Welcome, John.
I'm like complaining with fruit, but wines and things. Today, 10,000 people listening through about 11 different events in being word. It's also an honor to be here with the group. I was talking about one of the and we were together about 8 or 9 years ago. And it's an honor to follow all the fans. One of the things I like to do is kind of pull back a little bit and just make a few comments in our attorneys, make sure I'm making statements. These comments are personal views, don't necessarily represent the views of the organization that I work for. Now that I got that out of the way, let me tell you a few things I see about the industry. So one of the first things that you kind of pull back, you get to kind of figure out what size is the ag in related food industry. So it's a $30.5 trillion business just here in the U.S. So there's about 46 million employees, direct and indirect, and export-wise, about 175 billion, with other direct activities associated with that 175 billion to 590 billion. So total about $375 billion export industry. So when you think about it, it's more than just cow flights. Now, when I think of it, I'm grabbing my steps and throwing this jacket down, I don't know the horse. So I love cow flights. But you need to really think about it from the standpoint of shipping, logistics, processing, and then the one thing I love about a couple of previous comments, science, technology, and AI are all disrupting the ag and food space at an incredible pace. So if you just think about 50 years ago, we were really going through a mechanical revolution that was changing the ag space. So we were moving from literally horses and mules over to tractors. We're going through that same degree of disruption with AI. So, if you can't see it, I'm holding up my smartphone right now. I can, in 5 seconds, look at my linear digits and I can turn them on. And I can also look at tractors and other equipment that's operating and determine if I have an issue with those operational systems. The other thing I can do that's super unique through unmanned aircraft is I can deploy a swarm of spray aerial drones from a computer, from my smartphone, with a visual operator in the field and strategically target, particularly pests or weeds in the field. Now, that is not only more economical, but it's also just okay. So as you look at AI, and what I would say is this unbelievable opportunity that is going to be facing all of us, not only as center, but also as consumers. We have to kind of roll in the message around sustainability. So we're growing plants smarter, we're growing plants better. And I know it's somewhat controversial to talk about GMOs, but I want you to just kind of put that in a box and put it on the shelf for a second. We're breeding better and smarter plants through traditional plant breeding techniques. So we've been doing plant breeding ever since Gregor Mendel started as a rotation plant. So this is not a new concept, but it is certainly evolving. And I think these things are what's going to drive a lot of the conversation, even from early, post-secondary education, all the way through the workforce, and ultimately to, coders that our figures are going to be training. I think they'll be in the ag space, which is really unusual and unique. So I'm excited to hear the rest of the talk.
Thank you, John, and thank you, everybody that we've introduced. I'm going to pass along the mic to our guest moderator, Dr. Kimberly Wolf, and let's start our discussion.
Thank you. Our first question is related to multi-generational workspaces, and I'm going to give an assumption that most of us here are willing to generate, being born between 1965 and 1980, 43 to 58. That being said, based on what you experienced in your current position, and if you can imagine what would be a typical day, because I really know my days look a little bit differently, but if you can envision a typical day, who would you mentor? Someone who would be a part of the Gen Z generation, so 26 years of age or younger. What guidance, advice would you provide to that person as it relates to formal or informal training and preparation to prepare for roles such as yours?
I'll share. So one, I thank you for the comment. Thank you, Steve. We're not talking about age. I think well, one, I think what Don was question earlier is how you, I would say, prepare that next generation to enter the workforce and to be successful. And I'm very honest, I've actually struggled with that over the last 10 to 12 years in my professional career. I've been leading teams ever since 1990. As small as 7 or as big as 700. And I'd say the last decade, I really struggled. But here's advice I've given those individuals. Show up to work every day with a smile on your face and find your opportunity to be not only successful, but also happy. One of our previous speakers already has addressed that. But happiness, I mean, in the workforce is something that I think people miss. Maybe they're driven by some other, optics, whether it's, leadership, whether it's compensation, but happiness will ultimately, I think, dictate the rest of the driving forces in that workforce, area. And so I would encourage people that are just starting out within the first, 5 to 10 years of their career, find a place that you fit in the culture. You're happy when you show up to work, and you're happy when you leave, and you make it the best opportunity you can each and every day. Show up first.
So I agree with John, but I also want to take it from another angle as well. I always think about whenever I try to mentor, especially the Gen Z, I have to show up in a different way. Meaning that I have to break down all the barriers in my mind of how I'm thinking about working a traditional way. Because as a parent, I have to realize that my daughter, my friends, my nephews, my nieces will not be in a job for 30 years. Because I've been in this job for 33 years plus. But it is a job I love. So I always think about that they have experiences. They have all types of experiences and have no limits and take advantage of opportunities. Only I always thought about growing up all the things that I want, but missed out on experiences. So now I'm trying to teach, or trying to mentor and say, take advantage of all the experience and things will come along. You don't want to miss being in front of someone. You don't want to miss having an internship. You don't want to miss having an opportunity to be in a room with different people. Those things, I want people that are young to realize the small things get you ready for the very big things in your life. I think for me, one of the things that also on top of happiness, you have to be able to have relationships. I am real big on developing, keeping, retaining relationships because I always believe and I was brought up, you never burn a bridge unless you know for sure you're not going to need that bridge. And so that's the philosophy that I've lived on. And my final thought that I would give to people that are trying to move up and do things, 5 minutes on talking about it. Spend 25 minutes on helping develop a solution, and you will forever stay a child. Thank you for that.
I'll answer, because I'll just plus on everything that's been said. I tell young people all the time, it's not just what you know, it's who you know, and so I'm definitely having your network. In fact, I really have like 4 steps to just share. One is this, when it comes to the moment and recognizing the moment that technology is disrupting every industry. Start now, don't wait. You don't have to wait for someone to hand you permission to learn. So the second point is to keep learning always. Be a lifelong learner, reskill, upskill. Graduation is the finish line. They call it commencement for a reason. Your beginning, right? It is just a checkpoint. The third is to find people. Point about relationships. Have mentors. Grow your networks. Make sure you stay involved in organizations. In fact, I remind them large part because I volunteer for things. So I encourage young people to volunteer for things because you meet people, you actually get more as a volunteer than the people that you serve in all the time. And then the fourth thing I'll say is to have a mindset of being a builder and a creator, not just a consumer. Especially in entrepreneurship. I say all the time, we have 2 ways to become wealthy in this country. One is inheritance and one is the other is entrepreneurship. You're able to qualify for inheritance. So I encourage you to be a builder and creator, find ways to take your talents and pursue entrepreneurship. And at least consider entrepreneurship. It's not necessarily for everyone, but having thriving ecosystem entails having entrepreneurship, research, and education jobs. So those are the things I generally advise people like people to serve.
Thank you.
Leslie, did you want to add to the conversation?
Sure. Yeah, I think I agree with what's been brought up by most of the speakers. It's really stay curious and, seek out those opportunities for further education and skill building. And it doesn't have to be formal education like going to take classes. It could be sitting down for an afternoon and going on YouTube and honing your skills with something like Excel. There's so many of those programs out there that we all kind of take for granted. That we have maybe that a 10% user level, and you can really stand out above your peers if you take that just little bit of extra effort to go above and beyond and learn some of those additional skills. And then secondarily, I think be brave, because even if inside you don't feel like you're confident on something, push yourself a little bit out of your comfort zone, take a risk, and find an organization where you're supported in taking those risks as well. It might not be necessarily your direct boss, but like other speakers have mentioned, find those mentors, those people that can help guide you and support you as you take those risks, and build up some of those sort of soft skills that aren't, quite the technical Excel based things. Things like an opportunity like this, speaking in front of your peers, and passing on your knowledge and sharing your experiences.
Thank you for that. The next question is, are the homeless voices for gatekeepers in your respective industries, and how does that impact the training and access for individuals who serve in positions such as yours, or those who might be aspiring to serve in your respective industries?
Well, I wouldn't buy to some gatekeepers necessarily, but generally in tech, it is assumed that it's just the white agent man, and that they're the ones who will be the ones who excel at this. And if you're not white agent male, oftentimes you bought into that. And so one of the things that coach, we don't discriminate against kids of all backgrounds, young adults of all backgrounds. However, we specifically target specific groups that are most underrepresented in town. Largely because those are our worst and fastest growing brackets. And the cities of today and tomorrow, the ones that are prosperous, the ones that are generating technology. We've got to convince all of those groups to get into the space. It's not about politics, it's about that. And it's about democrats. So the loudest voices to all that we follow in young people at least is their own self-doubt that they can do this because they bought into the stereotype. And so our early lesson to show them that it's not one instance that you are capable of doing this well, you are capable of being an entrepreneur, you're capable of being a researcher, educator, or having just a flat career in tech. So when I think about our industry, that's the number one thing that we challenge young people is to see themselves as being the shapes of technology. They have a role to play to make this technology their own. Because or in other words, I see people like this. We're getting algorithms on their menus, or they're on the menus of their. They have a role to play. If not, then they'll be on their dinner plate. And so they Diane, and your problem.
Thank you. For education, I mean, I think well, I know some of the loud voices that that encourage us and that help shape what's happening. First of all, parents. So I think about every parent that has their child in children in schools. They show up and they want more for their children. So they help guide us and they give us feedback on what they want to see for their child. And then now, right, I'm very proud that our students are showing up because they are talking and telling us what they want to see, what they want to do, what they want to be part of. So that's exciting for us. It's a challenge for us. Because over the last, I would say 5 years, students are saying, no, we want more of this, we want less of this. This is what we need to achieve. So that's been a big benefit for us. And then I think the third component
community. You know, because if you live in Memphis, if you live in Charlotte, you want to see better for the city, you want to see better for the county. So how we do that? You become involved in really shaping the education of our students. And then all of those partners. And what I mean by partners, our force partners, the chamber, again, looking at county government, city government, as well as all of the big players in the economy and city that they want our students to come work with them for them and to excel in so many different ways. Those are the people that we listen to or try to share around what was to say. Because the potential without always being and what should we follow. But all those things help shape what's happening in the Sherman High schools that we are seeing for students and parents. Thank you.
Scholarships, giving those, and having the expects to, religion, background, search for basic literary ground for the guys that with all the branches here for that. I look at other stakeholders, so, political perspective, action groups, commodity organizations, state and local governments, and obviously federal government. One of those, I think, over regulated industries, in our sector is ag. And so, unfortunately, we're for part of conversation. Somehow, there's a form more daily activities. One of the comments that maybe we exemplify, well, if you're not at the table, you're home. That's right. So, that part of staff. My grandfather was all about what he actually did. I think over my career, kind of his comment was, "Great fences make great neighbors." I'm not for sure he was necessarily wrong, but in today's phase, we can try to break those barriers down. Typically kind of remove those fences and find common ground. We can all find success. Because the one thing we know is that we were all very diverse. We had different jobs, different folks, different missions, different families. But the one thing we all do is that we sit down and think, boy, we enjoy food. And so agriculture may be overlooked at times, but it's one of the more conversations that any of us will have. My wife, and she would follow up this day, she's in the healthcare industry. Because agriculture is food and food is health. So part of this conversation has to not only talk about sustainability, but also how does health and health outcomes also drive the conversation around, our sector. People are seeing tons of input, from many different, voices. And I think in the past, we maybe have not been the best listeners. So from our industry perspective, we also have to really make sure we listen to all the stakeholders. And the most important one is the consumer.
Thank you.
Leslie?
Yes, so I have a little trouble understanding the room audio, and I think they're working on that. But my understanding the question was about barriers to the current career paths, and I think similar to some other people have brought up, there's a lot of stereotypes on the engineer, on who is an engineer. When you picture an engineer, what do you think? And we're not all necessarily representative of that image. And you can see that change is slowly working its way up from the bottom of many of these organizations as some of the middle management levels and higher are starting to represent the more diverse workforce that makes up the United States, and particularly in Chicago, where BRgi is based out of. We're starting to see that representation moving up through the organizations. And I think that's exciting to see, but still represents, of course, challenges for each of us that may not fit the mold exactly. And then I think sort of on the technical skill building side, some barriers for entry for my own particular role is technical experience and technical degrees. And I say that in the sense that as an engineering manager, there is no solar engineering as a discipline of engineering. So I look for anybody that has an engineering degree that can represent that they have the mettle, have what it takes to use the critical thinking and analytical skills, that engineering mindset to be able to solve problems as they arise and not be tripped up by small challenges. And so getting your foot in the door with just getting some sort of technical either degree or experience or certification kind of really opens up that door. So for those interested in STEM careers, again, you don't have to know exactly what your dream job is, but getting that first set of qualifications and your first job can really help open doors into the field.
It's like the other question of a challenge having meeting, but I would like to hear more about leadership, reflective leadership. So thinking about how do you prefer to lead, I'm not sure that it must be the same way all the time. For myself, I consider myself a situational leader, so just depending on the circumstance and what the that I want to be learn. I'm very adaptable in how I lead different people. So in thinking about your own leadership style and reflecting on how effective it has or has not been in certain circumstances, what is a takeaway that you would like to share with the panel and the audience about leadership and how reflection has helped you potentially become a more effective leader?
Well, I go on public.
Go ahead.
I'm not going my being done very much. But for me, it's always learning better to shorten. So, that spirit of continuous learning, continuous improvement, is an important part of how we lead, to groom. But there's a lot of room here. So we know, for example, last week, it's not right around the Delta Regional Authorities leadership active. It's constantly looking being more effective, and looking introspective, where we can, one of those areas, being someone like myself who is probably very stereotypical when it comes to software engineering, being a hyper-logical, hyper-rational, very focused on those things, not necessarily always having the highs and lows of culture. And so, how can I move forward to be more effective there? I'm going to give about this, someone Lodge made that engagement with my leadership team, that code for more leadership teams and whatever that I'm doing more talking than listening, losing. I'm not fulfilling my role as the leader of my organization or whatever. So my leadership style is all about continuous improvement, adaptability, to be a more effective leader.
Thank you. I would like to recognize when it comes to my leadership style. I actually a secretary, and I believe in serving students, serving teachers, serving principals, and serving. It's a very humble leader. And I think sometimes, and throughout the years in my leadership, I would say that what I learned that even showing I was humble, that it never should look like that I'm courageous. Because I'm courageous in the make decisions. I'm a decision maker. But I choose, and I want to choose to treat people right and treat people with compassion and always think of that from a different lens. So often, so I think that what has helped me throughout the years, the 34 years that I've been in education, but again, just being humble, but yet never mixing it up that I'm not too courageous to make a decision and stand on what I believe and move that forward for the people that I serve. Thank you.
Quite. I want to
So it took me on about taking care early in my career before I really understood the difference between management and leadership and all the fun part is management is process, leadership is strategy. So when you look at the strategy of leadership and how you serve people, I think first and foremost from my opinion, and also every year as well. But I also do it through the lens of listening and then I have to be extremely honest. I love disruption.
Yeah.
So I'm really thrive when I am making decisions and moving an organization forward. For the first 30 years of my career, I was for profit companies, and I'll be honest, I love making money. One of the things I love transitioning over to the conference. I'm going to invest those same time to the success of my industry and my community. That, but rewarding experience. And so that's how I'm going to follow leadership.
Excellent, thank you. And Leslie, sorry, you've been last in all these questions, but we do want to hear you as well.
Oh, no, no problem. Yeah. As far as leadership, I think I again agree with many of the other panelists on staying humble and being open and really being true to your own style, because there's no room on the football team for everybody to be a quarterback. And so we don't all need to have that same sort of upfront style of leadership. There are aspects of the quiet leader versus the loud and in front leader that have different strengths. And so find your strengths, play to those strengths, and use that to create an open space on your team for trust and open communication and build those relationships. When your people stop coming to you with their problems, you've lost your team. So make sure that they feel empowered to be able to take risks. Don't create that risk taking safe space where there's safety nets to be able to catch them, but to be able to take a risk and feel supported.
Thank you so much for joining us on this panel. We've had such insightful thoughts from all of our esteemed panelists here. I think some of the words that have been shared, bravery, courage, and putting yourself out there, networking, how these are all things to get into the workforce, the future of AI, future of agriculture and in leadership and education. I just want to say thank you so much, and please sit tight for our next chat at 12:30. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you to our virtual audience for tuning in today. We hope that you're enjoying your time at the 2025 Business Policy and Culture Conference. We're getting ready to begin our panel on Brand Like a Pro, Craft Your Identity, Own Your Space. Our panel is loading in and getting situated, and we'll get started shortly. Thank you.
Welcome everybody to our panel on personal branding. My name is Victoria. I'm a consultant with Bass River Global Institute, professional dancer and podcast host, and I will be moderating this discussion today. Just keeping up with our housekeeping, make sure to keep your camera off and your microphone muted while the discussion is going on. You can add your questions into the chat and we'll make sure to answer some of them at the end of the discussion. I'm just going to jump right in with introducing our guest moderator, Sarah Houston. Sarah Houston served as the Executive Director of Protect Our Aquifer, which aims to coordinate stakeholders to ensure sustainable water management for West Tennessee. Houston has been peddling a passion for water in the corporate and nonprofit sectors for over 10 years. Before joining POA, she was the Associate Director of Education and Outreach at the University of Memphis Center for Science and Engineering Research. She currently sits on TDEC's Water Infrastructure Advisory Committee to direct the agency's allocation of $1.3 billion in water funds from the American Rescue Plan Act. Throughout her career, Houston has worked closely with stakeholders in the wastewater, stormwater, and drinking water sectors, and continues to pursue a multidisciplinary approach to water management. Welcome, Houston. Love to hear some of your points around perspective. Well, thank you so much, Victoria. Thanks for having me. Looking forward to hearing from everybody else too today. But to kick this conversation off, if you've heard of Drinking Aquifer before, you know, our whole work revolves around sure we have clean drinking water. And this is blessed with this amazing underground resource. And it's been actually most side on mine for a long time. But personally, I have been a water nerd for a long time. And I use the word water warrior. And you know, we've actually started to build a lot of water. And when we say that, we think of like warrior not in a direct sense, but warrior in the sense that you're standing up to believe it. And you're willing to take action to ensure that is the case. So when it comes to water, really found that passion when I was 19 and I was in college in between semesters. I had a summer job. We were educating about water conservation needs in Austin, Texas. And I went door to door with fundraising, trying to get petition signatures from little green 19-year-olds all over the world. And nobody knew where their drinking water came from. You know that big huge river that runs through downtown Austin? That. And it kind of sparked something in me, or like, what? It's like this is one of the few things in the world we have to have for survival. And that's kind of what just kind of kickstarted. I want to make a career out of connecting folks with their drinking water. We can talk about like how it came to be, but when Protect Our Aquifer has been like never planned, never expected, and couldn't imagine doing anything else. So I'm very thankful to be in this role. But one of the questions I get to later, you know, like, was did your friends kind of find you? Did your career find you first? Kind of thinking like, how did you evolve to be who you are today? But I'm just really able to get to kind of outline my passion and my career. They're one of the same right now. I feel very fortunate for that to be the case. But that's really through a lot of trial and tribulation to make that happen. I didn't just fall into it. Yeah, so we'll get more into that, but I think that this community has a lot of amazing, not only potential, but it's right now. and how we build education, understanding, and the ability to actually learn. And that's really some of the work that we're doing at Protect Our Officers. It's fighting current threats. It's also building that long-term network that we need to ensure that our learning for the future. Thank you, Sarah. That's wonderful. Water is life. Alton Pryor, well, is a real estate business owner dedicated to helping families and individuals achieve their real estate goals through buying, selling, and investing in both residential and commercial properties. He's also the co-founder of STF Enterprise, a local nonprofit that has empowered students to generate over $5 million in earned income. Beyond his professional endeavors, Alvin has served on several boards across the city and has been recognized for his leadership, including being named one of the Memphis Business Journal's top 40 under 40 and honored as the top 10 Memphis. Well,
Thank you. But first and foremost, talents. I say one thing, it's one honor to be here. I think when it comes to branding, and I don't know, branding and wasn't anything I studied, there was just an experience. You realize it kind of boils down to three things when I thought about talking. The first is what you say and what you don't say plays a major role in your brand. What you talk about, what you don't talk about, what you show, what you don't show, plays a major role in how you perceive what your brand is. And talk to you about where your brand actually plays a major role. And I think the second thing is that if you want your brand to stand out in certain places, go there, right? If you want to, if your brand visibility is brand velocity. When people see what you're involved in, when people see consistently what you're doing, it creates a level of momentum for your brand that I think does more than you just talk about. If you are interested in participating in activism, you need to be where activism is happening, right? If my space in real estate space, if I'm going to be used to look for home and you know, look for find call or people that are perfect at parking point. So I can understand the word. A lot of times people get it confused that you have to live the same lifestyle as the person that you are brand or working to, but you don't. You have to just understand their work, right? And the only way to understand their work is get prayer here. And I think last but not least when it comes to branding, your belief system has to be aligned with you, right? And your brand has to be aligned with your belief system. If it's not, then it's very hard to say what your brand is if you don't believe it. I was reading this book, John Maxwell, 21 Years of Law of Leadership, and he said long-term consistency beats short-term intensity, right? The consistency of doing something long-term over and over again beats the immediate doing something for intensity. You spoke out about this, spoke what you do it for a long period of time. But what happens is people want to see your consistency and focus on things. If you go to my social media in 3 days, real estate, community, and my family, right? Because that's what the brand don't want to see. And I encourage people that are communicating today, when it comes to branding, if you're here, you're watching, that's part of branding. Because now you can say for professional development tag, innovation tag, ideally here. And now you share it out, and now you become synonymous with that idea that brand is trying to put. So that's those are things when it comes out to brand.
thank you, Alton. Wonderful insights. And I can't wait for the discussion to get going. Well, next up, I have Lou Harris here. During his 35-year military period, he held many positions, including firefighter, broadcaster, and recruiter. His aviation career began as a ticket agent at John F. Kennedy Airport in New York, but eventually included working as a flight attendant at Pinnacle Airlines, as a dispatcher for the company, and eventually becoming an aviation safety inspector at the Federal Aviation Administration. He holds several FAA certificates, including commercial pilot, instrument rating, flight attendant, aircraft dispatcher, and remote pilot. Lou has also spent a number of years as a radio and television newscaster, most notable as the news director at the CBS TV affiliate in Norfolk, Virginia. Well,
Thank you very much. Wow, we're doing this. Thank you very much. And we're talking a little bit about personal branding and my thought on personal branding might differ from what other people are saying. So my first thing is don't let other people define you. You have to develop your own brand. You have to market your brand first to yourself. Well, you can't sell anybody else. You can't sell yourself. Look, as we all know, Christians and whatever we have to be in high key stall. It's always about implying life, the time all so thanks. Associate yourself with people who can help you out. If you want to be in the airline industry, buy people who are in the airline industry, whether they work as a PhD, they work as a mechanic, whatever about pilots, flight attendants. Nobody knows their distance. It's not the end. Yourself to people who have those kind of skills. And then you think about how your brand benefits that's a fun. So many yes. I'm doing such a good job that I'm with my should they want to keep doing guys with the course they got into circumstances where the company and disagreeing when you're going to sell. So they don't for you. Don't be afraid to change. It's fire and trying to found on different things. Tired of fire, taking care of fire. Don't be afraid to take things. That's highlight where office they're all right. Strong ones. I'm an example. When I'm quality, I don't new fire and new structure. Now, some of one all the job, another chance. First on the job, you're excited. So how long are you excited? Long for a year, 2 years, 5 years, even 5 years, 1 how long is that last? 1 years, 15 years, 20 years. Then we get to the one where well, I mean, think about points. Okay, that's the one about being honest with yourself. And then you go from a little things that's changing. It's changing to go and out of yourself, brand yourself. Don't be afraid to change. Well, this is for make sure you have this is on the rank. Make sure you have an element of black house. Dependence and stuff. Family, there would be church, there would be dog, everything happened to be. And those types of critical black balance, that's the point, branding yourself. And if you don't have critical black balance, you haven't got your own to be.
thanks so much, Lulu. And next, John Kubian, a small business added basketball fan and special guest. Welcome.
Thank you, thanks. So this meeting, it basically was the same meeting that I had in my entire life. I've never had a first job. I'll be 43 next week. So my story kind of begins with my family. Being born into a family that had a small business, so continued to run small business. I grew up working in the business, it just came out and it wasn't until I was older that a little bit of interest. It's never something that I felt like that was like I got a degree rose in this business, but we want to business together. So when I got out, I started when I started to do DJing, because I was studying for my real estate license, got into real estate in 2000. with the California produce those things that are getting the economy of and how lucky it is to without someone. So that was like that was those one thing that I had to be and put a story actually had the first year business as it started. Everything we did in the North Store was very innovative. They were all out the first time trying to sell customers, give them good advice, to do their own food from us, give them good advice on, what to for, what to ask for, how to make sure you're going to buy, or try talking about stuff, anything else, stuff like this. So, they're kind of honesty and authenticity. It helped me when I business to the shopping centers, grocery store, which was a Hardee's with chicken tenders, running from the restaurant. I was able to open myself, my wife, my brother, my other brother, for the 2 years. We made a family very, very good. Where we had like 11 square feet, a very, very small, really small space, and a donut shop. So we already had like the vendor, had Lincoln fryers, gas hookup, free department sink, and the waste disposal, all that stuff. And so it was an opportunity for me to begin to build a brand. Like it's just from company from 0 experience working in place about anything that's like they didn't have a recipe sold. So flash 14 years later, we hate this. Psychologist business, so it's back. So the records were look for something to do to keep being engaged in my hobby, just basketball, music, stuff like that. And very recently haven't had an opportunity to go on historical radio shows like these local celebrities, having a show, podcast, there's no pressure property. And I was able to gain a little bit of traction that way to build my brilliance. I think it was the whole thing kind of additional time. So now I'm quickly for with the goal line of writing to like based on the known concept that anybody's ever was a guy. There was a part with his gift of IS, which for the kids were everything. And as they're standing there, first one of it, outlining his own business, looking to discover. And starts telling me, I would have this year, I'm not going to keep the flags, and hey, I would dress there, yeah. So, Travis, so this is another, this running the block. My friend Tony just talking about another where you go. It's gone all the way up to the ringer, just Phil Simmons, who had his pockets. That's the pockets masters. And I was like, this thing is really good. So I knew they're going to a lot of days, online show. Or so I started on this idea. There could be this tangential fan character, this story of loss. And that's the where I think it goes to help. Well, the way that the plan is like the movie itself. It gave me the plot. It basically the first 2/3 of this movie. Everything sort of happened. It was so surreal. It's true. I wrote up fighting. I ended up being on the same flight. I was sitting next to my seatmate on the second leg of the flight on stays. We would become friends. We go in and out. He comes to the cave the next day. He's connected to everyone. His dad was a higher the NBA games currently take place. So, and there stuff that keeps happening. And, I tell my friends, I'm going to go all in, over for the first game. I do. I did it again, 10 hands it after. I mean, ship leader, 90,000 ships within an hour. The next person was like 20 or 30,000 ships. Just took this point. It was like anxiety. Started to ask if I could get my chips away. Anyways, that's my brand is just, I think people need to smile. People need to have something to just give them a little bit of distance from the news, what's going on with English names. The thing you see one, you see a lot, you think, well, right now I'm kind of going through a little bit too much all at once. Usually you're able to save time and food, but right now it's down there. Things are not necessarily going correctly. Good. Do I need all those sorts
Oh,
of?
I think we're moving on to the next question. But yeah, thank you for the next time. Hold up a little.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing. I'm gonna pass it on to Debbie to the third question.
Yeah, well, thanks everybody for these introductions, kind of getting a little groundwork who's who, welcome from very different walks of life, very different industries, and that's what we talk about for today. And you have a lot of really good, just facts and thoughts. So I would be interested to go down the line and kind of give a 1 to 2 sentence pitch. How would you like others to describe you? How would you like others to describe you? And then we'll come back around and say, and then how can you share that with you?
Like the conference here a lot of years ago, and God taught me just your vision for your life and investing in all those good things. And I think for me, when I lived there, I wanted people to see me doing something. I want them to see me real estate and people. I want them to see me participating in the real estate industry as not just a specialist, but a business from the real estate company versus real estate agent. And then I want to see helping and supporting people in everything that I do. And so for me, and I think also family, right? That's really important. It's my wife, my kids, they see me active in my family. And so for me, it's those three things. You want them behind the scenes and you periodically based on show you see me doing those things. Right? And so there is no everything that you see me doing behind the scenes, you will see snippet of those things happening to the public, whether it's through social media, whether it's in intimate conversations with people. I want to talk about those three things in some way or fashion. If it doesn't align with it, I probably will talk. And so that's from my grand standpoint, I feel major. Yeah.
Let's hear from.
Well, I think that like people see as number one culture. And I'd like to have some image. I was just thinking about and taught without involving in talking. Also, switch because it's just all like it was switching. If I don't know something, I'll think. No. Also, like the down there to research that to you.
John?
Since you go last. What do you work?
Other for a question.
When you want first of all, it's right? It's just a little sad usually and I don't try to push that things. Oh, maybe you bring that up when it's the first time I talk directly. Turn piece Scott. And they use my lecture from here. I think that people this being in the restaurant industry, getting slow here. There's this population is so like that's not on you. It's not a budget use. That's gonna happen. So you have to be worried more about the plan because times you can process better you can get it's already these people in this mentality. They're jealous, they think that you don't want down or they you're promptly and When I'm learning and something, you know, trying to very try to balance. And I don't know if you know, because that would be worth the next level, which is, I don't know, a very mind things, you know. So they're really so long, eggshell, you're dealing with this, especially because I don't know, your daughter. And you can use some course directions different when you're talking to the general public. You kind of say that, you almost say like, I'm not making sure that she's not anything, I'm like, we have, this thing with awareness. This sense like the biological is with positive repeating from borders, just become status, slower status. Just that's sort of the systems. You know, the way it's not good. Well, none, we're growing. You say that, but. So you walk around and you know one thing and sit there and see
Thank you. Yes, thank you for sharing the light. So that, yeah, maybe responsible for yourself and spring spaces and, understanding that, can control those are deep. I absolutely think I would want to be, as a community connector, an artist, and also leader in looking differently and disrupting spaces. We'll move on to the next question. Definitely sounds like you have some disruptor. Great. So some of y'all can touch on this already, but more explicitly, what came first, your career or your brand? And then how did development one in success for you? So your career and then your brand have found that way, or did you find this passion in this brand and that led you to your career? And then how does kind of the development of one really impact the development of you? That's what I can start with.
Sure, I just kind of one question. I mean, we're talking about stages in the side and the conscious one. It's talking about all six. Well, when I got to the point, several job where I said, it's time to go. That's the point, just switching all the things. You know, control, I just use no. Like, I didn't like to take walks, so I would say, putting in whatever makes studies, games, and developing my brain to coincide with whatever that I want to go to next. So, over next question.
And you did mention earlier that you've been obsessed with planes since you were, a kid. So I figured there's a little something, but then you had to reassess. You really had to think back through, look, is this what I want to keep doing? That reassessment, I think, is part of that continual growth.
Sure, you have to constantly evaluate yourself. See, and definitely back something I said earlier, there's a lot of talk and a lot of push to developing entrepreneurs. There are a lot of them say, oh, it's entrepreneur. Not everybody's built to be an entrepreneur. I'm saying, I not the entrepreneur, don't want me to sell out. I don't even put, right? You tell me now when you look at how it happened at this company,
There you go. So you figure it out. Then you have.
For me was back in 2012, I was at University of Texas, junior sophomore year. We started with this called Second Standard. And when we came up with the name Setting Enterprise, we wanted it not to be a name organization. We wanted to live a life we set the standard of everything we do. And so, more what I thought about strategically is when we meet someone, we're going to email them 48 hours. When we if you're just, we don't really want politics in our conversation. When we're pretty serious, always give them confidence first share that. We just, everything we do, try to do a very high thing. We wore suits and ties everywhere in our classroom, and we just wanted to do the best we could do, at the stage we're in. And so, things, doing those things behind the scene created a brand which helped us navigate through certain arrangements, right? Whether it's the nonprofit sector, profit sector, I worked in banking for a while, now working in real estate for 30 years, and then in the nonprofit sector for almost 30 now. The practice for the brand of what we kind of honestly to do everything to the best of our ability. Now, of course, you try to ride on time, and those days throughout life, you pull back a little bit just to like that, and your kids, you got to bring to school. It's just, some of those things kind of change. The standard kind of change with more experience and also more responsibility. But we try to keep that standard, and that standard does bring opportunity that most of our colleagues didn't do. So, for example, in college, we were networking out in the city of Memphis, where most college students would go, who were say, hey, look, I'm in this event, we'd love to meet you one day, grab coffee, and we were doing it early scholarship. So they created a brand and got going after, they got purpose, they all those things. And that's still over to, I believe, I trust these individuals and what they're doing, but still other industries that they're involved in, which I think is just a truly benefit. So it's kind of, navigating those pretty good.
All right, John, Tim, for me, how are you, thinking of kind of your career and getting involved together?
So since my career in this work out for it, I think I just work say that the time Congress and when our has some is this these problems because what you do is you kind of when figure out your sort of students that are you figure around for a few things, just figure out some things that are for your core competency or whatever you're trying to build. So you're going to class with, you're going to be wearing this tie. That's one like that you think about it more, right? Whereas you're driving or truck. But you make progress to be where in terms of it was great because you have to be on with yourself first way. Something doesn't sell when you take it off for one way. If the way you're dealing with people and stuff, like pretty bad, you just change the way you're you look at things to the side of it. Right, sure. You have a lot of like me, we have a bunch of this bunch of customers all the time. You can really kind of isolate the barriers where you start to walk and try to see this work, and then it's good and I don't get out of it yet. Now you can teach, I can train, and I can manage a lot easier. If they work with what class, guess what? You know, work for you this. Well, why don't we do this way? There's a lot of many times things that you end up figuring out right every time we're doing. And so it's not only this is what we're doing, you're on the ground and you have experience and you've done all these different jobs in this business, well, this is exactly what happened, this is why this is what we perform. So now you can use principles, concepts, and stuff really gonna start expanding their minds. Now when they think something with data on there, they're gonna be that much more respect. And I think that kind of snowballs the problems for you, your abilities to so a lot of years to be around it. You're just one so like here.
That's no. You actually, answered those last night. Versus students. Victoria, would you like to get to that question about your career?
And how your brand is. Sure, I'd say my brand is still in development, but for me, yeah, doing my passion as well as dancer. And starting young, knowing that that was something that I was working towards with trials and tribulations, but getting to this point in my career. For myself, I feel there's oftentimes spaces I will walk to into one identity or thing. In dance, it's a style of dance, and then as an artist, it's, you're only a dancer, you can't do these other things, but personally, I'm doing a lot of different things, and I feel like the arts in general is something that I champion and want to be a part of in multiple mediums, and then as well as my interests around community engagement, things like that as well. I haven't quite found a word or a way to define it, and I feel like that's increase is appreciated. Allison's talking about, just saying the three things that, these are part of that. And for me, I feel like there's about diversity and representing that, and as well as, encouraging youth in the next generation leadership, and, just growth and all of those things. So I'm so happy exactly what that is, but I feel like my person's brand could be clear to that extent. And I think that's another part of this conversation too, honing that in, like, do you want to have this very specific, very direct, which is great. But do you want to, it is more of culture, that it is more evolution, evolving, like those are right. And it's really like, what is going to speak to you, but like multiple folks kind of talk about integrity. And that integrity is so critical to making sure that you're not making a brand because you think it's going to make you a buck. Or you think it's gonna be, the next success story just out of their ego driven way, but more because it's really your passion, it's really what you want to see happen, and it feels great. It feels right. Personally for me with water, we haven't been to water is life, yes, but when you think about water, it's free for drinking, check. But we also need it for growing crops. When it falls out of the sky, it hits the ground, it's gotta go somewhere, it can become a major flooding, it can impact people's livelihoods. It can be user fun, you can go to the lake, play, there's so many aspects to water. And that's something I feel very fortunate, like my passion kind of is this thing that has multiple industries, multiple touch points. So, I've worked in the for-profit space within a PR firm. And, clients that deal with water, the conferences, put together communication pieces and things like that. I went to academia, University of Memphis. Good for academia because I have an opinion, then they're like, speak to all these facts. Like, well, what about because you making change? And I'm letting to protect our aquifer. But to get that, how do you think you can stay true to your personal brand without putting yourself so tightly in a box that if your passion evolves or you change, does it feel like you're maybe lying to your circles or you're lying to yourself? So how do you balance creating that strong brand with the fact that you might evolve and you might change and adapt? How do you kind of balance those two things? Anybody that's interested in speaking first, looks like everyone's got a little light bulb that went off.
Well, oops. Can I get back to what I was saying, how are true to yourself? Really, and that's the point which go, back again, talk about changing the point. This is I'm going to do. When this goes, that's what goes off, first, organizational leave. Stories, roots, factors, being benefits, common, communication, the answer to all. It's
So kind of all, how would you feel it? Are you feeling fear? Are you feeling excited? How do you kind of push through to get to that next phase?
how do I push through?
How do you push through those feelings when you're about to make a big shift? Because people might get it's true. It's true. It's true.
It's true. It's all about finances. Okay.
I don't take your time, no time to do it. And 2,030%. Single parent, you go on a lot ahead, and your mortgage ahead, you know, all that sort of stuff. That's scary. Fortunately, I was able to buy another job, kind of fit my desires, and it worked out. But the answer to your question, I deal with effects.
I think there are other examples of what to expect when trying to do something new. If you are trying to be get into the political space, I would look at those that are in the political space and understand what comes with that new territory. Once you understand what comes with the new territory, is your belief strong enough to now take on the brain that comes along with going into this space? And I think if you are willing to go through the ups and downs, the mountains and the valleys of what comes along with the space, I think then you get to uh, is a thing big to a small and down. Right? Take small steps to now entering into this space. And doing some steps and actually go from that age or going to making it to the space. And there's gonna be some challenges, there's gonna be some pushback, but again, you now count the cost. It all things count all costs, like understand speed is an fixer. I was to a podcast with Ray Allen, and he talked about students going and identifying career fields. And he mentioned, yes, you at the highest level, what amount of comfort your passion, how to factor in how to relate to you as a teacher, right? You may have a stronger experience, but let's make sure understand what opportunities this financial in this industry. And you're looking to go for it, right? There may be some opportunities to earn stream income if you did it in the right time and met the right people. But the reality is, all average people that I was saying. And so I think if you're trying to want to say and solve your brain, I've done it, right? And it is here. If you're wondering, because you feedback from me, but there's an end goal in mind, and I was trying to teach it, and I think it in the call that I talk to those people, they'll need to go through whatever it takes to now add this to come out. So I think that is something you should them.
Yeah, I just wanna, speak to the fear a little bit and the level of bravery it takes, your sense of self, really, tapping into that, and I think your place is working on it. You know, sometimes you do wanna do something different, and it may be unexpected in your community or in the people around you, but as long as you feel true to yourself, your personal brand really comes from you, and all that other stuff isn't necessarily defined by you are, but you can do all these different things as yourself. And now if you're in a well, it's, I want to speak to that. And John, you want to wrap this one up? Sure, yeah.
Even wiser. Also, most use expectations on change. There's just more of a spot. One months, so you'll just feel like it's too much out of your control, and you know that you know kind of where you are in the situation. As an outsider, there's a little bit more security, and you know, it's hard to figure this I like to joke around that, they had the muscle to take that, they had to get rid of all of it. So they went all in on the DEI stuff, and they went all in on gay rights. And what happened was they experienced backlash from our customers. in sport, on something whether it's president, they reverse, they reverse course, they change their leadership. Or instead of having the words traditional like times, which is another song. So you see it as a business, maybe sitting this down, maybe doing what they think is going to be themselves, stop where to push that things are headed. But I, as a slight grew around this. You know, you understand it. A public trading corporation, they have hundreds of sales. So they're coming to be meetings, we're doing those lists. You know, they're resourcing. This is suicide. We need to avoid this 100%. So they gave 51, 48 in the boardroom. This is how Joe became was going to relay. So now
They've lost a lot of revenue by not picking DEI back up.
exactly.
So reaction of like, really feeling bad.
There's a bill of sorts. So these CEO companies, persons like you know, from the ground, not of these, then the organization, wherever it was manager, really good license organization. But I'm the type of person who should go in front of the media or the shareholders and say, look, this was calculated risks. We were not going to be honest about this. We're looking at it from a perspective of sales. Because our shareholders don't care about this, or that, or whatever they want sales areas. We made a mistake. We did figure out how to predict the future. And you know, there's one us to go back and get like, let's see it. There's a way going, either have to say, I'm not talking about anything, or you say, we're gonna try to counter this, which is what a lot of people do. So it was gonna short side and maybe, but it definitely wasn't this. It was not hard, right? But one way or the other, it's not a decision you make, because that's just a floating, you're floating studio, you're floating board of directors, you're floating this, that. So it's not Mr. Target or Mrs. Target or Mrs. Target.
Right, yeah.
It's 8 out of 10 stores. Like it's a good game.
And I think that one of the things I've heard from all panelists very ways is the ebb and flow of your brand and your ability and your being and making sure to yourself that there are times where quiet reflection is okay. And from an outside perspective, it might look like they're not doing anything, they're not doing the right thing. But you might need to be in that path that feels right for you right now. And there was things that you heard was visibility brings velocity. And if it feels right and it's go time, it is you're out there doing it and moving it, and then it's just you first and it goes and goes. It kind of sounds like each one of you kind of had to pick up speed on it. And so I think that that's one of the things when we think about branding and think about like integrity, it's right in a way that feels right to you without worrying about that outside perspective. Looking at. Thank you all so much for the time.
Yeah,
For joining us so much.
absolutely. Thank you for joining us on this discussion, and stay tuned. We have another discussion at 1:30. I want to thank our panelists here for sharing their insights and thoughts. We'll talk soon. Thank you. Okay.
Hey, Jennifer, welcome in. We are getting ready to load in the in-person panelists. Do you want to take a moment to just test your mic?
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Loud and clear.
Perfect. Having a little bit of trouble with my camera, figuring it out.
Oh, that's totally fine if it doesn't work. No pressure on that, but you know, make the adjustments that are most comfortable for you, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on this discussion on Show Me the Money, $20.5 million on the table. What's your share? I'm Victoria Jensen, a consultant at Bass River Global Institute, professional dancer and podcast host, and I will be moderating today. A few housekeeping notes, just to make sure that when we're online, we have our camera turned off and our microphone muted. You can type any questions you have into the chat and we will do our best to get to these questions at the end of the panel. All right, I am here to welcome our esteemed panelists. I would like to first introduce Christopher Wolf. He will also be a guest moderator during this discussion. Chris Wolf graduated from the United States Military Academy at West Point in 2000 and served in the U.S. Army for 6 years. He's a veteran of Operation Iraqi Freedom. He was awarded the Bronze Star Medal for meritorious service in a combat zone. Following his military service, Chris earned an MBA at Duke University and worked as an investment banker on Wall Street. He later pursued an MFA at Columbia University, where he was selected as the inaugural artist in residence at the Eric H. Holder Jr. Initiative for Civil and Political Rights. teaching creative writing in Columbia's undergraduate creative writing program and at Rikers Island through the university's Justice in Education initiative. As a multidisciplinary artist, Chris's writing has appeared in Bomb Magazine, the New York Times Magazine, and 2 anthologies. In 2020, he brought his military experience to Broadway as a consultant for the Pulitzer Prize-winning A Soldier's Play, which explores the dynamics of racism in the military, and won the Tony Award for Best Revival Play at the 74th Tony Awards. More recently, he served as a military consultant for the Broadway production of Othello, starring Denzel Washington and Jake Gyllenhaal. Welcome.
Thank you.
I just want to hear a few of your talking points for today.
Sure.
Thank you, Sawyer. I appreciate that and reading some of my bio. You know, there's a aspect of my links is it's not my bio that relates to the conversation that we're gonna have today. And that is in addition to being an artist, being finding it's relatively nice. That's the most part. Just your spheres the father to experience something so this is what only so for me to see and remember reflecting on my experiences as a loving a and what I are now experiencing with the show into the atmosphere, into the culture, into the system of the festival, culture is at the forefront and continues to be at the forefront is how can we make sure that and I school and also exploitation and the because the trouble with the leader so random for the exchange from which train with trains up in New York and the other show that we go on this it's some professional relation in sports going to the culture of these sports, the spirit of these sports. So how do we do it is not an opportunity in a way that also considers the culture and that and how can spirit that and the leaders in the communities ensure that and they embrace and nurture children who we just ensure that allows the productive lives that they truly to their societies, to their communities. So I think that consumer which goals I have today.
Thank you so much. All right. Next up, I have Marvis Davis, who will be arriving shortly. Marvis Davis is an accomplished athletic administrator and former championship coach with a proven record of building programs that emphasize sportsmanship, accountability, and student growth. He currently serves as the district athletic director for Germantown Municipal School District, where he oversees all athletic operations across the district school. In this role, Davis works to strengthen athletic programming, expand opportunities for student athletes, and support coaches in creating cultures that align with the district's academic and community values. Before his work with GMSD, Davis established himself as a respected leader at Lausanne Collegiate Public School, where he guided the boys basketball team through 5 state tournament appearances. His tenure at Lausanne reflected his ability not only to develop competitive teams, but also to cultivate leadership, discipline, and resilience among his players. Throughout his career, Davis has been known for his collaborative approach, working closely with administrators, coaches, and families to ensure athletics remain a vital extension of the educational experience. His vision centers on empowering student athletes to succeed both on and off the field, preparing them for the next level of competition while also instilling lifelong values of teamwork, integrity, and perseverance. Welcome, Marvis. We'd love to hear a couple of your words.
Good morning. Morning. Thank you very much. I'm excited to share some of my experiences. To answer some questions that you have tonight. I'm just really excited for the opportunity to be, the presence of so many great minds. So thank you for having me and appreciate it.
Wonderful. Next up, I have Charlie West. Until his retirement in January of 2024, Charlie served as Senior Vice President of Finance and a member of the Executive Committee for AutoZone Incorporated, the $18 billion aftermarket auto parts retailer. He served as Senior Vice President and Controller for 14 years and as Vice President and Controller and various other accounting roles for 10 years. During his 26 years with 27 years with AutoZone, he built strong teams and developed leaders for all global financial accounting services, including finance and planning and external reporting. As a member of the executive committee, he developed long-term strategies and operating results while delivering reliable, consistent accounting processes and support. He built a detailed forecast process for the global enterprise and peers to deliver annual plans and targets. He led cross-functional teams to deliver global ERP installations and drive efficiencies and significant cost reductions through a detailed annual process. Additionally, he led cross-functional teams to deliver changes to long-term strategies and create priorities for the enterprise. Charlie was responsible for managing near-store operations during growth years and delivered a high-quality, low-cost alternative for transactional labor-intensive activities, delivering significant cost reduction.
Always and the question I got the phone again. Here my own source. It's silent. Something on the papers. The key role in something doing so I'm the sounds I for it's a little bit of a play on for fans, but in most cases works too much. And a lot of it's getting curves of motion, so coaches get a ran, just from the leading dog is a usually transfer forms, the NIL fee, for 9 plus for the very. So it's interesting to see how it plays out, and being dishes about keeping everything, the spacing, managing those first time committees, your parents, laws, even more with them, and that generals looking for a strategic perspective, what else? Those are gonna be the things nice businesses.
Thank you. Before we introduce our next panelist, I do want to mention we have some young entrepreneurs here in Exhibition Hall. One company is Team Themes, a global sports apparel company founded by Tyson Smith, and the other is Win Like a Girl, GIRL, a youth nonprofit organization to empower girls that is founded by Tatum Smith. This brings me into our next panelist, Dr. Tylana Smith, their mother, is an award-winning international sports manager, best-selling author, and speaker. Over 18 years, she has worked with 60+ NBA, NFL, WNBA, and overseas athletes as a financial and risk manager. As president of the Athletes Nexus, Dr. Smith's expertise includes advising athletes and entrepreneurs, business, career transition, professional development, and branding. Dr. Smith is also co-founder of the Athletes Abroad Summit, an international business summit for American athletes who play.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited to be on this panel with other experts in your respective fields as we break down a lot of things at this intersection of sports, business, and our education, right? Have a very extensive career. I'm a basketball player, and so I like to think of myself as an athlete's advocate. And I am very concerned around the systems that exist, but also the support that our athletes have when it comes to managing and dealing with what we generational. So I'm excited to share the insights here as to how to move the game forward. So thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, our final panelist that I'll introduce is Jennifer Lee. Since 2015, Jennifer has been performing business valuations, business advisory, accounting, and transaction engagements for a wide variety of clients. As a director with Sicaria Partners, Jennifer oversees the preparation of financial models and reports, as well as working directly with clients to deliver advice and analysis to help them make an informed business decision. Prior to joining Sicaria Partners, Jennifer was a manager at a Big Four accounting firm in Edmonton, specializing in business valuations and business advisory assignments. Jennifer has experience in providing complex business valuations and advice to support proposed transactions, shareholder disputes, tax planning, and financial reporting. She has experience in leading multidisciplinary teams to deliver high-quality work, products, and value to public, private, and government clients across a broad spectrum of industries, including telecommunications, oil and gas, public sector, retail, biotechnology, technology, construction, and manufacturer. Welcome, Jen.
Thanks so much. You make me sound very qualified, so I appreciate that. I'm excited to be here today. I am the least qualified person here to talk about sports, but I love a good number, I love a good valuation, and I love figuring out when things aren't quite as it seems. So get into that a little bit today, especially I know big topic in Tennessee right now is the NIL valuation. So been doing a little bit digging on that, and that's going to be really fun to talk about today. So thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Now I'm going to pass it over to Chris. Start with our questions for him.
For all what concerns the group, I want to say why, and that's I know some trust, it's trouble, and she's been trying to become what takes place here. I'm interested in being in trusting relationship. So being just that sparks a whole idea that you like to share. I as a father, I'm telling you right now, just sitting back, like inviting you to step forward and share that thoughts and be in conversation, so that we can be in flow and conversation with each other already. So with that, the first question is one observation to question, just acknowledge that NIL dramatically shifted the landscape of youth sports. And often from the professionalization of youth sports. Again, you have kids who are in fourth grade who have professional trainers from other countries. Some of them can go to Canada in the summer to put up 10,000 shots in a week, right? So thinking about that, and again, thinking about the economic opportunity and at what costs there may be for sleep, It's seen as each argues the center one athletes before they even reach range. So,
I think that, and I'll first be very clear, because there's a lot of discussion on either side around, I'm a fan, I wish we had these opportunities back when I played, put it together and such. I do think it puts entirely too much focus on the financial without life preparation, right? One thing I tell my clients in many of the collegiate institutions who consult with me is that, this can be and it can be something extremely heavy that can be rare because you're gonna have to figure out what else you're going to do out of the game. And so when our athletes miss those lifetime opportunities to learn life lessons, to learn how money works. The bag does not stop the questions and the scrutiny and the poor decision making and choosing the wrong people around you. And that is the area that needs the most attention right now. So to answer your question, I think it puts too much pressure on the players where they assume all the risks, right? And it's moving so fast, I always say, it's not because they don't have the right people around and saying the right things. Sometimes it's so noisy that they can't hear it, and go so quickly that they miss opportunities to learn and grow for lifetime success. So I think it forces them to focus on the bad entirely too quickly and miss opportunities to learn.
For me, just thinking about it from high school standpoint, let's say, successful high school, if I'm learning that, looking at what happens to the kids from 7th grade going on. I don't feel like, I don't think it's way too much too soon. I'm all for kids being paid for $1,000. But the strain that is put on our kids, that's what I'm gonna like. And I'm going through that. I'll say this, all three of my boys have been scholarship athletes. So my last one is a senior now, Jim Lee, Ken's all that. So we're going through the process, but the process has been completely different from our own. I'm still when he went to the new 4 lane, boy went to 7. So these kids, it's more, I feel like it's way too much too soon. You had a lot of people focus on the NLI stuff, but you have to think about the COVID year when you put a major impact. And then you go from the COVID year and then you go to the transfer portal, right? So I have no problem student athletes getting paid for their name, image, and likeness, but I don't want that to be a detriment of all the high school sports and all the college sports and events, just like she did the program here. When you start thinking about what type of sports that people who survive, their livelihood for forever, I think we're missing more. I see how it's done on the road. And I was just looking yes, the great or share it well with the student, but the student part is not getting enough attention, and it doesn't help on the other side when you're not educated on what to do with all that. And if you get hurt, then what happens? Even at a younger age, high school, get hurt, community injuries, from which I may be those engaged options. This. Jennifer, is there anything you want to conversation?
I'm having a little bit trouble hearing. I'm so sorry. I think there's a little bit technical difficulties with the online part right now. We're just figuring it out, I think. Sorry, yeah, I can't hear you right there. Sorry. If
Do
you
you
could
mind
maybe could put
repeating
it
the
in the chat.
question again, Chris?
I can repeat the question. And Victoria's mine.
That's like, excuse me. Which one?
I should try this.
These two?
1, 3.
Okay, you try that one. Okay.
Okay, and now,
Yes, I can. Thank you.
what means the impact of the virus having use impact on athletes in college.
I'm so sorry. It just keeps cutting out for me. If you put it in the chat, I might be able to do it. I'm so sorry right now. I fiddled it a little bit, but I think the sound's a little bit off.
So, you know. Yeah. Um, the biggest mentorship and just link back to our previous town drainage. Some of all that what is missing from preparing athletes for the age of May image.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, the educational structures and, right? Where do they learn this information? And oftentimes we're dealing with athletes who are extremely talented, but in some ways it's generational because even their families don't have really financial literacy. So where are they supposed to learn? And so much of our research at the University of Memphis, I am an adjunct professor there. I work with a lot of your student athletes where that's the type of thing we're teaching. Financial literacy is a life skill. So team, which is the curriculum called team learning. So what they're is a start really influence being exposed to topics that they're going to learn, whether it's investing and those concepts around saving, the discipline. I always say the thing that makes us extremely great athletes, our passion, our impulsiveness, makes us hard when it comes to money. These are some of the worst emotions that you can have. So it's got to start there in conjunction with our schools. In addition, when we get to college, I'm not even on the soapbox, right? But with this NIL should come education even at that level. And I can't tell you the number of collegiate institutions I work with, and I come in as league and I'm exploring their student athlete development and ask what they're doing in terms of financial literacy. And they check a box because they brought in a banker to speak for 40 minutes to the kids who are bringing in millions of dollars. On the other side, they can go for the measures they want to. You will be an insane amount of pressure on these young adults to choose right. Wait, we're going to give you days for the parents time. And so, as I said before, there are multiple grades, but it's got to come through our educational institutions at both the high school level and collegiately. If we're going to see some shift in the way they handle this life-changing experience.
Even English students' rights. The father
high school level. Something on recent farm, which almost building base principles of understanding fundamentals, almost, yes, that's, you for the kinds of money that's being cost these days. And the short term nature of, with them, and it was at point in their life, they do not believe long term. They don't have proper system around lunch claims. Do we have access to him now? Jennifer, can you hear me? Such a manager, that's just context. So, your business, how do you see, we can look at it versus from these commands to national like this, universe, the others also the frames, commands, roles, lives, motivations. Just wondering, as your role as general manager, how do you see that impacting, and well, do you see that impacting the way and what is this assumed by and the big piece of this and is for me adding those things in these drawings, being nice, being basic of the school is going to help them with that. That's not just a good move from listing perspective. It's strategic going to encourage or show these athletes that are recruiting. Hey, especially especially if you're gonna get that promotion. It's really a good move from where just a little bit. And just figuring out the not showing dogs, they love family passion. They with Sanford, but he's a little further down the road. In terms of higher coaches as of the works, they recognize the post and white. One of the things that I think she had to sort of where it's what I'm that goes with the balance of you gotta fight something. You gotta bring them in on situations and be grateful for them. And then you gotta actually develop ways to succeed. That's when, work hard, strong, not when you go with your matters. And is let them do what they do and have the coaches take short and job anything long term where you can develop programs over it's gonna grow great human beings. Because that's what you need to be successful in business and in whatever you have to be in a position where you create a culture and cultivate that and make these individuals better in everything that they do for the future, not just playing with maybe what's what is. Thank you for that. Swan, Marcus, did you like to ask that? Sure, I agree what he said. I feel knowledge is cool. So the more we know, the more we teach. I feel like these two athletes can be in a better situation. I was on this past spring on Tuesday. The running in the room said that anybody that's making $100,000 for more in school, he makes them take a higher level economics class and the business class, regardless of their major. And so it's like, no, we don't just gonna be adults, having to put these kids in better situations for the scene. Like, so the school was saying, he's bad, but he was saying that in our community, he said that these kids, when they get, and one of the first thing they want to do is buy shorts, tail cats, and get tattoos, unfortunately. And he said, he's doing with tail cats, tattoos, it's all the fun. So he's thinking his teams said, no, it's 4 months, then you got $100,000, we're gonna invest that. We're gonna put you in a situation to where your funds can make money for you. 4 years, you'll have an opportunity to be able to be better off because of this. And so I agree, what you said, we have to put our kids, our student athletes in the best situation. One thing that you said, like, when I was coaching, I would have to move my kids come in the morning, and they had no problem coming in, putting up shots, getting water, doing all these things, because it's important to them. So we have to do the same thing with financial needs. We have to make that a priority for our students.
We'll just kind of tag on that. I know we said particularly about impact of the influence that you want to be exposed to. And I say this all the time, you want the elephant in the room, right? We need to add all these resources and do all these things, but to spend the most time with these players who can tell them where they need to be, when they need to be there, what they should be doing, has got to be a little bit more invested in that. You talk about prioritizing, how do you show that it's a priority? Right, it's gotta be built into their schedule, maybe we sacrifice a little bit of our workout practice to have some sort of, systematic way that we are exposing them to these live fields. But it's something you got to do if you're gonna get on the court and on the field. The only other thing that I'll add here, the GM role that you initially talked about, not only is it important to guide and invest more heavily in the personnel development, the life development, as we consider the transfer portal and the impact that it has on this NIL conversation. You got kids moving around and trying to see who can make the most money, and I usually have coaches telling me that's a switch. That's next, right? You can see that for since they already your organization is that right? You gotta have a dedicated person who is looking at those personnel matches for the coach, who's looking at your switching kids every single year, right? That is now a dedicated position that we probably didn't have a need for before NIL became.
Thank you so much. Charlie, you said something that stayed on my mind and all of our panelists. She told me something she was home. You still manage with the Lord. In human beings. And my loss a lot of faith. I was saying this then how you sometimes and I say this right here, please.
Yes.
Really, the whole summer is serving on cleanliness. And you all just were touching on it as you addressed the last question, which is what I noticed to leading this, only more specifically, what role should parents, coaches, and community leaders play in shaping this speech responsibility to our youth and their families? So, I'm going to just, Mars, would you like to start with parents? The main focus should come from the parents and from the parents. And you have to be actively involved. I think we all Our mayor heard the story about how the bees were all those came on, which is one of the top players in the country. We went to the University of Alabama before all this happened. One of his coaches, parents weren't involved, they trusted the coaches. Parents got $500,000. He ended up being eligible because his parents weren't involved. The trust of the coaches. And so parents, family members should always have a high role in that child's life, no matter what. I think that's the first thing. The second is we have to put the child or the student athlete first. We have to look out there first. We have to put folks back on being educated. Make sure that we're educating them all, you know, when we say they're student athletes, so let's make sure we continue to treat them as student first athletes. Saying, you know, that will have change. That's Dr. Smith.
You know, seeing though, we initially our teen financial literacy curriculum, I have parents that are like, well, we need one of those for parents too, like it's the environment I didn't know or understand. In the world, parents are the first teachers, right? But there are these down, which is why many of the structures we have in place, I keep going back to middle and high, because it's so much more connected, we just think that there's not always enough hours in the day to get support for the parent here, but they are key to this entire journey. One thing that is important to me is that we figure out how to turn knowledge into skill. Knowledge into skill. It's a difference, right? I can tell you something, you can regurgitate it back to me when it's time to put it in play. If you're not able to apply what you have learned, you got some work to do. And so when I am going to discipline my children, you know, as a parent of young athletes and bringing them along my entrepreneurial journey, right? Instead of speaking at the time they're taking pictures. And so, you know, my son has a business, he has an NIL, he's 10, right? He's looking serious for companies, my daughter has a non-profit organization, she's 8. And then we talk about role of parents are the first teachers, always. We still have the parents cheering, but the first teacher. And we gotta take that seriously about how we're exposing them to things and giving them opportunities to apply what we're teaching them in real time and where they get out there in the real world where mistakes are higher than mistakes, right? But it's gotta start with us and we gotta consider support parents. What thing I do as a business manager for my clients, still in the financial management, helping them set up their structures properly, their LLCs and asset protection and long-term investments, but I'm also educating mama. Well, mom, I want to be educated, all right? Because I'm dealing with that with the school at SEC, there's a couple of kids on the team. The parents are just really ruining it for the kid. But we're not getting to that mom, you know, so obviously starting similar, we gotta ensure that those have the most influence for using and prepare their kids for success.
Hi. You know, I like to just some questions. I was teaching earlier, and she didn't just see about your children's benefits. Service based on man, that's crazy. So I would imagine that's something that you would still in there. And I'm wondering, see, yeah, you think of you know, education educating as it's now and helping to protect their brand and their livelihood. Helping us to develop strength for names, what inspired you to come down this and if it was you know, if it was a mentorship, something that people got you.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, please shout out my older cousin, Marcus Brown, was a this kid first stage and NBA player overseas. He was my mentor. I was able to see that, support him, and he took me under his wing to allow me to witness the game upfront, close, personal. Sitting in agent meetings. One thing I really learned from this experience is that there's a synergy between athletics and entrepreneurship. Okay? There can be a summer business, and you can skills. That's the thing that I remember that makes it so right. The more that you go through certain ranks and all that. My cousin is married me, my mom supported me, and that's an important guy in my obligation. And so when you out and dealing with players into the world, they are these shipwrecks. So, and sometimes we forget that when they get to a certain level of success. And they're sharing their fears, their struggles, hang out because of the pressure that they don't get to be human because they have achieved a certain level of success. And nobody's investing in this side of their lives. And so seeing that experience and helping so many other and to bring the children who want to pay it forward, that's real inspirational bliss. It's not just being about is leaving behind information, their wisdom, so they can truly carry the legacy forward. And so everything that I do, yeah, for my children to see that. Coach Young and Ole Miss, boys basketball, I really ran, and she always says, you can't be what you can't see. You can't be what you can't see, so that representation is important, and I am always looking for ways to show that has to come on. You can be right? Great on the field, you get in songs and you can't put it together. Your ancestors, that young man or young woman, they're longer than moving around to see who is in this home. To say, you're just practice. And so, yeah, I'm able to inspire others, other mentors for the game where leaders is very hard to be more intentional by going into those areas of it.
All right, thanks so much, everyone. Victoria, thank you so much, everyone on the ground. I just wanted to come in and check in with our online viewers. I just wanted to apologize. I know that the experience is a little bit different from the one that's in-house and on the ground in Memphis. Jennifer is still here, and I just wanted to make sure that we are able to get a question in from her where she's able to hear the moderation clearly. Jen, I see that you're muted. Are you still there?
Yeah, still kicking.
Great. Thank you so much. You're really hanging in there with us. We appreciate it. I just wanted to see if you could take us through the valuation drivers for a typical sports franchise or league. We imagine the players would be one element to consider, but would love to hear your perspective on some other things that we might be missing.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, professional versus college going to be a little bit different here. We know that professional has a wider range. So really, what is evaluation, right? It's sort of what is someone willing to pay today for the cash flows you're expected to generate from now in the future? So something like the NFL is probably the most valuable franchise right now. The reason for that, it has cross-streaming streaming rights. They have a ton of teams with a lot of money. There's scarcity, right? There's not a lot of new FNL and NFL teams out there. And there's also that feeling, that feeling. Like a good example of this is the Green Bay Packers. Like they're a nonprofit, they're owned technically by their fans. And there's that element of like exclusivity because you can't just go in and own a football team like anything. Like you can go in and buy a soccer team, which is a little bit different. We all know Ryan Reynolds and his soccer team, but something like the NFL is really valuable because there's no more teams being made. There's only there's about 50 some, I think. I'm not very knowledgeable in sports, but things like scarcity and really this intrinsic value of having the reputation of owning a sports franchise is really what drives value. And it's really interesting as we learn more about sort of the different leagues, right? Hockey is huge in Canada, but in the US, it's nothing. It's drop in a bucket. So when we look at things like college basketball, college football, those leagues have a ton of money. And with the introduction of the NIL, it's been really interesting to see because these college athletes are, as you guys were talking about, they're signing these huge deals. And it's the wild, wild west out there right now. We hear rumors. We're like, hey, that guy just signed 8 mil for 4 years. But where does that number come from? Usually from their agent, right? And when we bring it back to a valuation perspective, we're like, why is someone paying a college athlete 8 mil for 4 years? They're supposed to be paying them for their name and likeness, right? They're paying them to be endorsements, to make social media posts and things like that. So really, what is the driver of that 8 million? It's going to be their on-court, on-field performance. Are they going to be a star? Are they going to drive more customers to their field? We see in Tennessee, I think there's a 4% fan, like a talent surcharge tax right now, I believe. So that they're charging more for tickets now because they're signing people. The NIL collective is bringing in these big names, and they're able to sort of there's they're able to generate more revenue because more people are coming in, more people are spending money, they're buying food there, they're buying beer there. It's all about money making, which is really interesting. And it's really interesting right now for sports valuation because it's not just about the money they bring in, but it's also the prestige. And I think that's a really interesting value driver that it's really hard to value. We all know about the big deals that were made, but we don't really know specifics, right? Someone's like, if we say, hey, someone just offered me a car and all I have to do is post about it. And you're like, oh my gosh, why didn't I get that? I'm a better athlete than him. But what you don't see is the fine print. Like he can only ever drive that car. He can't talk about anyone else's car. He can't be seen in anyone else's car. He's got sort of performance standards to make, as in he's got reputation to uphold. He's got things like that. So it's super interesting on the things that drive value for sports because it's really, really intrinsic at the end of the day. And it's hard to value. I think it's getting more, there's more transparency that's coming around that. But right now it's pretty much the wild, wild west from what I understand. But it's interesting.
Well, thank you so much for giving us a little bit more perspective into that new frontier that we're all watching unfold. It's been a pretty interesting ride to see the onset of NIL, and we're definitely tuned in to see where it continues to go in the future. We're going to get ready to send everything back to our fabulous moderators on the ground, Chris and Victoria. And so before I do, Jen, we're going to get ready to get into a final last thoughts roundtable panelist wrap up last thoughts. Would you like to start us off and just maybe give us some final thoughts before you head out for the day?
Yeah. I think what everyone said, I've heard pieces of the
My apologies. I was trying to mute myself, not you.
no, it's okay. I was like, oh no. No, it's fine. I've heard pieces of what everyone's had to say, and I think especially talking to people in college and high school, the frontier is changing. Know who you can trust. Look for people who are trustworthy. They're not just telling you these big numbers to inflate your head. There's always a catch that comes with money, and no one's going to offer you money unless they're expecting to make more money off of you. And I think the personal brand and what you uphold and making sure that you keep that up, making sure that if this is something you want to pursue, that everything you post, if your grandma Googles you, you're not going to be upset about it. And I think I think what the message is driving home. Like your personal brand is really important. It's what's going to drive value. Be smart with it and just know who you can trust. And if you don't know, just ask around, ask your coaches, ask your parents, ask in your community.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. I know that you're presenting from Canada, so we're really, really glad that you were able to make the time to join us in our time zone today. Victoria, Chris, I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Jamie. We'll continue with these closing remarks, and I'll have you to
Again, and so while we're able to take advantage of these opportunities, make sure you're learning from it. If we start thinking about it, there's some stresses and restrictions that already started becoming in place when, when you start having to talk about marriage, when you start talking about the way that teams are, going out just really players, it's not many of it's violence, circumstances, or it's, you come to my school, if you come to my school and you quarterback, it's gonna cost $2 billion. Typically, that's not way in which violence, all right? That's us going out and get the best player. So restrictions coming down the line. So we just need to try to make sure that as we go through these processes, we're learning everything that is vital skill, I totally agree with us. It's learn, continue education is key, and this should take better than the law.
Thank you. I hope that out of all the conversation today, what rings loudest is the human experience, right? And we're talking money left and right, and in many ways we can contribute to the priority that our youth are putting on because what's important to us and they see it here on becomes important to them. And I hope we take away where the human experience is, and all of us with some kind of influence or voice will use that to advocate for these young people so that they can be successful throughout their lives. But a lot of things are unfolding, and I just pray that we don't lose sight of the main, which are these young men and women. Philly?
Well, of course, they all learn from the sound, your experience, besides perspectives that you have shared have been extremely insightful and educational. But being the father of two young boys who are experiencing this right now, who are dedicating many hours to their lives to a sport. And I don't think anybody else was like what was the playing is that they have a match experience and sense of joy as they push their match. So I want them to continue to push the path. And with acknowledge that there might be some beyond that's like a time, but I'm still acknowledging love that they will eventually be about it, and they'll also be educated on finding them and not just talking about it, not speak myself out about it. Again, just one thing we should be for sharing all that. I think thank enjoy being here. The thing I was thinking close was that I heard a lot of education is helping to develop these young minds to understand how powerful what position you're in right now. It is going to be a great one of these institutions and you'll be able to see positions of greatness so these young people are comfortable. They own that responsibility, they feel that they have the food with the tools they need to gain a lot of money. And think about it, we're not just these young ones. It has doctors, everybody when they get around the whole group, turning right now. It's all just you still have to be, good stewards of what's been you have to make sure you can't let away. That's kind of true. You have a you still need a 28 without food. So it's going to be important for those GMs, those coaches, those instructors to make sure that these young people are equipped. And how do you the days? even if they don't continue on, so it's on, yeah.
Thank you so much to our panelists for such thoughtful discussion, conversation. I think, again, reiterating that importance of the humanness and creating well-rounded young people that can be adults and can transition smoothly into the next stage of their life. I think that would support. I think that in my own career as well. Thank you everybody for joining us for the 2025 fall conference here in Vancouver Global Institute. Have a great rest of your evening.